tickle you.
Hey, if you want to come over this side of the Atlantic and follow through on that, be my guest.
All right, it's 2 weeks in it's 2 weeks in the hospital. Just to make sure I don't have plague, I will get on the plane right now.
Can I come too?
Dear.
Does that mean I have to get the one of the guest rooms ready?
I don't know, maybe.
Okay.
What did I walk in on?
Heresy.
Me threatening.
Oh,
to
the
get
usual,
me
man.
threatening to get on a plane to Norway to torture Chris into revealing her secret project.
Oh, ha 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 ha! I feel evil.
You know, just when I start to think I understand you, you throw me another curveball like that. You are impossible to understand.
As long as you write off some stuff that is just it's not that difficult.
By the way, Fee, I don't know if it's the same on yours, but it looks like the background is broken on the character sheet.
Wait. Broken?
I don't think I have an issue. I'm on Firefox. And
No,
broken for me.
All right. So you get the weird white, black, and red thing in the background then?
Yeah, I've always had that.
All right.
How's everybody doing?
Yes,
Hey, Grease.
Hey-yoo! The
Well,
great
I'm
and
bored.
generous Lord Lansabi has joined us.
You know, I partially regret agreeing to use the latest piece of fan art that was sent to me.
Why?
Oh, knock it off. It's PG-13 at worst.
Hold on. If you want, I do have something.
I think it's just the fact that Moon's going to have to come in here and go, God damn it, it's sexy.
Moon's already seen it. He's in the other server, isn't he? That you showed it us on. In fact, he might have even commented on it.
How have you
There it
been,
is.
Lanzabi?
Toast?
I've been surviving.
That is good.
That's the incomplete version.
Oh.
That is incorrect in so many levels.
What's incorrect? I've been surviving.
Like, it's a good interpretation, but it's not anywhere near the correct one.
Oh! She looks like she's ready to... Sunrise looks like she's ready to play some basketball.
Basketball?
Fuck are you oh.
That counter token of yours.
You mean volleyball?
The shorts and the sport bra? Yeah.
You mean you're all terrible and
Yes, we're all terrible.
We're all horrible people.
I'm just declaring that now. You're just all terrible.
So here's a question: if Sunrise is about to play basketball, does that mean Twitty is one of the Monstars from Space Jam?
Yes.
Oh.
I mean, we've already pretty much worked out that she looks a lot like Lola Bunny in that picture.
Okay, I'm getting worried.
Except a horse, not a bunny. That's what Sunrise looks like.
Well, yeah.
How did Space Force ever get made? I swear, like, who
Space
was on
Jam.
crack? Who thought about
Space
that
Jam.
film?
Space Jam.
Or Space Jam or whatever. Space
The
Jam.
basketball Bugs
Yeah.
Bunny.
What type of
It
crack
was
were they
the
smoking?
1990s. Warner Brother was riding high.
And Shaq was
Just
popular.
leave it.
I thought it was a fun movie.
Oh no, it is fun, but it's just what the.
And it's warranted a lot of cosplay and Rule 34 stuff since.
Oh god. Can we
And
please not
it
get into
pretty much,
that?
It pretty
Yeah.
much turned the generation of the 90s into about 60% furries.
Oh god.
Well, I mean,
I
you
know.
look at a picture of Lola, and I hate to say I have to do this, but I gotta go boom chicka wow wow.
Oh god.
And
no,
somebody
no.
disconnects at that.
I'm contemplating leaving as well after
Yeah,
that.
that
That
Are
was just
you kidding me? We have a whole bunch of people looking at pictures of horses. And I mentioned one bunny.
no. It's just. God. I
Wow.
can't. Words cannot.
I mean, anything is better at this point. I'm literally sitting here playing Spreadsheet Simulator in Aurora 4X.
I didn't know that was a thing.
I
So-
thought you said something.
It is.
Oh,
Hey Max.
Hey, Max.
hello.
Where did Chris? Is that what happened? Did it make Chris run away?
Yes.
She
Ah.
got scared.
I'm terrible, I
Poor
know.
baby.
No,
No.
she knows I
You're
wasn't being my
beautiful
worst.
Alien.
Oh no, you can be much worse.
I don't want to
I
know
usually have
that
to be
word.
very careful around the Chris.
I mean, to be fair, most of us do because, like, we're way beyond what she's used to.
We're wild.
That's one way of putting it.
Or as they used to say in the old Saturday Night Live, we're wild and crazy guys. And gals.
Oh, no.
I have to add the and gals in nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's sleeping.
Okay, what's killing Max?
I don't know.
I'm not involved this time.
Everything. Wait, what?
I don't think I commissioned anything with a pancake.
No. Oddly enough, I saw a video footage of somebody goofing up and making a mistake with pancake flipping. It looked a lot like Fopdoodle.
Yeah, I can't flip pancakes like the flick little thing. I have to use a spatula.
Hmm.
Just every time I've tried, it's either ended up with batter all over the stove or all over somewhere else, and it's not fun to clean.
Mm-hmm.
Is trying to make pancakes by flipping it, breaks pan.
I
What kind
mean,
of
that's another
stone
thing.
pancakes are you making?
Yeah,
Then again,
right?
that's something Pinky would probably do.
Let's not think about that.
Try making pancakes with hooves, okay? Think about it. You don't have fingers.
That actually is true. How would... God damn it, you've made me question it now.
You're welcome for that.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah.
Wait, no,
I make people question a lot.
no, unicorns would be the only ones who would be able to if you'd think.
Are you sure about that?
Well, how would
Yes,
the other
for
two do?
sure.
The army of Fiaura has a new officer. Welcome, son.
Do I have to shove I think since Sunrise's mouth to make her happy?
There you go, Fee. Apparently, I've been subscribed to you for a whole 22 months.
Yay! Thank you, Hattie.
Yours is back. Sorry, it just I kind of got stressed when suddenly Space Jam wasn't as I remembered it, and yeah, apparently. So I and then kind of all the confusion, and then everything else happened, and then I just like nope, and yeah, sorry.
Oh, I haven't heard back from the artist yet. She said she was
No.
going to be working on it Monday, but she also had a lot of other real life stuff going on.
Yeah,
outside of
maybe
art.
if she doesn't contact you by Friday, you can contact her on Friday.
Yeah, that's what I figure I will do.
Yeah.
Got to finish the dragon.
He's the awesome dragon.
Gotta have it. Gotta have it.
Gonna look so awesome.
It's gonna look great.
Yeah. And finally a proper photo of the great and generous Lansabi.
Well, I do that kind of thing, don't I?
Yes, you do. I also sent in the new vocals for the song Fiaura, so hopefully James can do his
The
magic.
army of Fiaura has a new officer. Welcome, son.
Wow, I've been subscribed for 22 months.
Hey, you're at the same pace as Eddie.
Oh, you as well, are you?
Yeah.
Yay.
I would subscribe, but I do not have money.
Oh. Hey. Once a month, Patreon, the thing, the Patreon or PayPal pulls out like $5. This way, at least Fiora can get at least a sandwich.
Yeah, I don't have a job yet.
That is
that's
a
fair enough.
problem. That does kind of block you.
And with what's going on currently, it may be a bit more difficult to get one.
Well, yeah, I gotta wait until we can actually safely reopen everything. Instead of jumping the gun like some places have done.
Oof, though.
Well, that's the case for you guys. Over here, we're fine.
Yeah. The northern island, Hokkaido, Japan, they opened up too early and they wound up with a spike themselves a few months back.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I just lost 3 guys over the last 2 days. They're currently out with coronavirus.
Ow.
Sorry to hear that.
Here's the problem. They're sales guys.
Oh, yeah, that's a problem.
One of them is a manager in an enclosed tower with everybody else.
Oh.
Crap.
Yeah.
Not good.
No, not good at all.
And I'm the only one that's been constantly wearing the mask whenever I'm actually doing things. Everyone else takes them off as soon as they step in the tower.
Oh, fun.
Big mistake!
So here I am, thinking, okay, yeah, I'm probably the best off out of all of us. What do we do now? Everyone's panicking.
Right, here's what they need to do. They need to reissue surplus gas masks, make it mandatory, and then just let everyone back. The fucking gas mask will do the job.
My general manager told me to go grab the gas mask I have in my car, and then just sterilize the tower.
Were they specific in how you shall sterilize?
I had to use a mop to get the upper corners of the windows.
It is a shame you could not do so with fire. The holy fire.
No, I'm just wondering, did you use bleach or ammonia? Not both, hopefully.
Lysol wipes, bleach mixed in with water for the windows, then Windex to just make sure the windows were see-throughable. And I basically had to just coat every surface in the tower with a nice helping of either bleach or Lysol. Then somebody came in and decided they were going to eat lunch in the tower.
Yay.
I had words.
Understandable.
They were not good words.
That reminds me, like, oh, sorry, you go.
No, I just said uh-oh.
The other day I had to clean, I think it was some windows in my bathroom.
Uh-huh.
I was supposed to use Windex. I used bleach by accident.
A new
Oi.
seeker is after Fiora's heart and attention.
Yeah, so about halfway through, I'm like, what's
There is
that
no
smell?
message here.
Yay! That's me!
Okay, so for future reference, usually Windex is dyed blue, bleach is clear, and really strong.
Yeah.
Strong.
Okay, everyone look. I understand that bullets may have someone's name on them, and grenades may be to whom it may concern, but please hear me out here. Mega spells are attention. This is a public service announcement.
Yes, they are.
No. Anything Sunrise sends is a public service announcement.
Oh no, well, see, it depends. What kind of mega spell are we talking here? Is this a public service announcement? Is this a to the general area, or is this a attention all equinity?
A mega spell is an emergency broadcast system.
Mm-hmm. So
Hi! This bag of hugs for $5.
Wasn't really bad at all,
But
by
that
the way.
pony, that was a
may
message.
we have your attention, please?
Yes,
Oh.
get your it!
And look at that, Sketchy just popped off money.
We haven't even really started the stream. We're just hanging out in Discord, talking. Moon's not even here yet. I started the stream early because it's episode number fucking 100.
Yep.
And that's why it's good to drop off all the money before the game starts, so that we can enjoy the game in peace.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Chris, for that, your logic makes sense, but at the same time, me as a streamer goes, that doesn't make sense because you're supposed to tip when you're entertained, not, all at the beginning and just hope the entertainment flows.
You
I
know
just
when
hope you're not going to
people-
make me sing.
You know when people start applauding the music people before they start playing in concerts and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's
That's
not the worst
basically what
analogy.
That's basically what people are doing. They know you already are very good and that you always deliver, so it's kind of like the pre-start applaud.
Yeah, pretty much.
I feel like entertainment here is just a given at this point.
Well.
The Falcon God demand song. Sing.
Oh yeah.
No,
Okay.
Silence
this is
was
not
beautiful.
Twitch Sings. I refuse. I'm
By the
also
way-
5 upvotes away from 400. I just realized that.
But Coyote, you need to custom build the mask a little bit wider so it doesn't pop off. That's all.
Well, it was given to me by Trodus's work.
Yeah.
His boss had bought a box of them, and that's where I got mine, but it won't stay over my ears.
Yeah, it's probably not wide enough. That's the problem.
Oh, speaking of gas masks, Lens, look at what I posted in 40k.
40k. What did you post?
Blessed be the Emperor's holy air.
Ooh, Gothic mask. That looked like they worked on it a lot.
It's a neat piece of art. It's a neat piece of art and everything, but I have questions on its viability simply because I'm pretty sure that that's made from either 3D printed material or worse, resin, and I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to inhale resin.
No, you don't want to inhale resin.
And 3D printed material is nearly just as toxic as resin.
Wait, where is this?
40K.
It's in
40K.
40K.
Well,
I mean,
one,
I
you can
love the
clean it and
concept,
seal it.
but and also I can see they didn't seal the mask where it would be, you know, it's clearly something supposed to go over an existing mask. Now, if if it's entirely made of rubber, okay, I'm all for it.
Actually, I'm looking at it. I think the bit that sits against your face is a rubber or a leather type.
But again, if the outside is resin,
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean, but I
you're
mean,
still inhaling resin.
It's possible those are plastic cut from one of the 40K terrain pieces.
Which it
Oh,
does
then yeah,
look like
you definitely don't want that on your face.
Yeah. You'd want to seal it before you applied it to the mask.
You definitely, if that's plastic from Warhammer 40, yeah, no, you don't want that on your face.
Also, I would definitely want to put some filtration material behind it, behind that grill, the gridwork.
As I have learned through scientific study, Citadel paints are in fact highly toxic compared to everyone else.
Ufto.
I'm glad I don't buy Citadel paints. I use Reaper paint. I reuse
Reaper.
paints.
Reaper or Privateer Press. Don't buy Citadel, guys. Because if you're like me and your part of your painting technique is licking the paintbrush, you're literally licking cancer.
Why would anyone?
Why would you lick the paintbrush?
Because
you get the point back.
It reestablishes the point of the paintbrush, and saliva actually works better as a water-agent agent to make the paint stick.
Don't spit on your glove. Don't spit on the painting brushy stuff.
No, you can't spit on it. You have to put it in your mouth and slide it out of your teeth.
That's why you spit in your hand, so you can use the hand to form it.
No, Chris, you're missing the point. You're using your tongue to make the paintbrush straight again.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and what Chris is saying is to not stick the paintbrush in your mouth, but use other means of doing it.
Well, that's why I went to the non-toxic Reaper paints.
Welcome, son.
They're water soluble, non-toxic, and
boring.
Hey, I don't want cancer.
Hey! I painted everything I ever painted in Reaper, and I won painting contests. 2 of my miniatures are on the front of Privateer Press.
Yay!
2 other things. Not only are they glorious paints, they cost less than a jar of GW paint, and they give you more paint than GW paint.
Also, if you're like me, and sometimes you put your paint up on the shelf for a year or so at a time, Reaper paints can be reconstituted with a little bit of water.
Mm-hmm.
Citadel paints, once they're hardened, they're done.
That dropper bottle helps.
Well, that goes for a lot of acrylics, though.
True, but I've been using, in some cases from Reaper, the same bottle of paint for a decade, and every time that it dries out a little bit, I just reconstitute it with water, and it still goes on fine, and stays on.
Yeah, all you got to do is just pop the eyedropper.
Now I do miss the Reaper cans, because I used to just put the paint. I used to just shake it and then unscrew it, and then I'd use the paint out of the top, so I wouldn't have to go into the main well.
Yeah,
no, I don't necessarily like the eyedropper concept. Never have.
I've grown to like it.
I'm a bad person to use poly for doing my painting, and I used to literally just wet the brush with my my tongue, and half the time just clean it off that way.
Now, my very first ever use of paints when I was young with model kits was testers with the
and testers are
oil
based.
Testers are a bad idea in general.
Yeah, they were bad.
Well, they're oil-based enamels, not water-based acrylic.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just figured the design of the mask was cool and
It was.
absolutely fitting. You could see a sister of battle wearing it.
Yeah, it does look like a sorority mask.
So how's everybody in bed today?
Good.
Pretty good. Not dead.
Yay!
I survived 2020.
We've still got 5.
You've only survived 2020 when December 31st finally rolls round into January the 1st.
And we can burn the calendars and T-shirts.
Yeah, hopefully the calendar doesn't turn around to December 32nd.
Oh no! Don't even jinx it! Damn it!
Oh, some very.
I could see Google running that joke or something.
Welcome to the bonus round of 2020.
How about no?
Wait, what is this? A Groundhog Day of December 31st.
Well, I hate to get political for a second, but I would feel inclined for it would be like Trump to go do that just to remain in office.
Okay.
But enough political, just let it go.
I think the Incas just got it wrong. They thought 2012 was the end of the world. I think it could be 2021.
I saw I read a thing on the radio like a month back that through some nonsense involving the Gregorian calendar, the actual end the Mayans or whatever was, well, again, like a month ago, but still.
Hey.
Yeah, the Gregorian monks fucked up.
Well, here's
Wasn't
the other
that when
thing.
California caught fire?
The translation was messed up. It's not the end of the world. It's just the end of the calendar.
Martini or Snips. California always catches on fire. Almost every year. I don't remember a year that it hasn't been on fire.
I was going to say, it's a universal constant. California is on fire.
California is a massive fire dumpster, sometimes
Guys.
optional.
I have come to accept that California burning is a lifestyle choice of California.
Hang on. Okay, so I have to point this out.
Yes.
California did not have wildfires in 2016, 2014, 2011 or 2010, 2005, 2004, 2001, and 2000 in the last 20 years.
Yep.
It burned a lot in the 90s, though.
Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So out of 20, so 40% of the time they haven't had a fire. The problem is recently they've had 3 fires in the same year last year, and now they've already had 2 this year.
Right, because what happens is when we don't have water for a long period of time, everything dries out and then it catches on fire. Then we get water for a period of time, and then everything is wet and doesn't burn as much. Then after a couple of years, everything dries out and we get fires again.
Oh,
so
you forgot the mudslides.
Why don't you guys just, I don't know, ship in extra water for the dry years and just fix it that way?
Do you know how much land that is?
Thank you, Faye. Do you know that you can put the entire population of the United States in California comfortably?
Yes, I know. I'm aware of the geographical landscape.
Yeah.
Also,
water that.
Also, Arizona is kind of sticklers for allowing anyone to use water from the south.
Okay, most of our water comes from the north, and they bitch about it. Oh, we don't want to send you our water. Well, we don't want to send you your taxes. Oh, here's your water.
I'm sure there's some chemical reason this is stupid, but if you're not drinking it, you've got an ocean right there.
The chemical reason why that is stupid is that the salt in the ocean will jam and corrode any form of pipes that you want to use. So even a full distillation plant that would filter the salt out still has to have the pipes replaced about once every 6 to 8 months. So if you wanted to try to use the Pacific Ocean to, water the land, no.
Yeah, they
I
talked
knew
about
this
it.
was stupid, just not why.
Well, also, there's a very good reason desalination plants are just not that common. They are expensive. They are very low efficiency. They're a mess.
Yeah.
The issue, not trying to be too political, is because a lot of crop growers grow crops that require high amounts of water for their crop yield. They should not be being grown in California.
Mm-mm. Like.
I mean, to be fair, the desalination plants that are currently in use are more mechanical desalination, and the big problem with those is the replacement of the various parts. If you went back to a more natural desalination, which would probably be easily done through evaporation distillation, you'd have to send it through 3 or 4 different sets and clean the salt off the surfaces after a while, but those would not only provide a viable means of salt production, but also a fair amount of water. The only problem is that it would take up roughly 2/3 the surface area of California to make it viable.
Yeah, desalination is just not an efficient process.
Plus, if people were to drink the salt water, their kidneys would shut off.
Oh, no. There's a highly efficient way to desalinate. It's just incredibly expensive.
So not efficient.
No. It's efficient. In terms of materials, in terms of time versus how long it takes to get a gallon of water, and the sheer amount of water you could filter using this method. The problem is it's incredibly expensive because it requires construction of very intricate filtering systems to filter all of the salt out as it passes through the filter. The filter almost never needs to be changed. You literally have to take it out and rinse it. The problem? The filter's made of goddamn magnetized titanium.
That's expensive.
The magnetization of the titanium causes non-ionized salt to stick directly to it as it passes through it. You have to make it where it has hundreds of tiny pores for the water to get through, and the filter would never have to be changed because titanium doesn't rust in salt water.
No, but you've got to clean it, like you say.
Yeah. Have you ever worked with titanium?
Yeah, you have to take it out. You have to clean it, and you have to have pumps to send the water in, or you have to position it in such a way that the ocean current sends the water in by itself, which creates a whole other list of problems called fish. The problem here is that this filter system is literally, for every gallon of water you want to filter every minute, it costs about $1 million. But in theory, a couple of countries have implemented this system. They have a couple of desalination plants using it. The total cost of the desalination plant was somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 billion, but they produce almost 1 million gallons of fresh water a day per plant. So the plants will pay for themselves in 8 years, but convince a politician to have something that pays for itself in 8 years.
Well, I think Dubai did that, and they have the money to spur.
Dubai does it. Parts of Japan do it, particularly the parts of Japan that have that use the seawater to cool their nuclear reactors. Their nuclear reactors are equipped with these filters to filter out the salt, so they can directly dump it into the nuclear reactors, such as at Fukushima.
Wow, that's amazing.
And the other one's Dubai, who literally just decides, I want to build an island there, make it happen.
And the other thing is, as far as like plentiful of resource, titanium is as plentiful as iron. The problem being that titanium is significantly harder to mine.
Harder to work with too.
It is crazy to work with as well. I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I worked on it with the machine shop, and it's tough.
So can I ask that we stop talking about California, because I'm afraid you're gonna draw somebody's attention here, and they're gonna figure, oh, it's 2020. Let's shove California into the ocean.
What?
We live on the ring of fire. We earthquakes.
Vaughn, they've been predicting that for decades. It hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, it hasn't happened yet, but 2020 is proving out to be a good year for it.
I was going to say, aren't you overdue the big one?
We actually have had parts in Norway that has actually ended up in the ocean because it has gotten loose.
Oops.
Wait, what?
Everybody was this quiet.
I'm just as confused by that statement.
So yeah, I don't. I'm sorry to say, but if they have joked about California getting into the ocean, would hold on.
We joke about it all the time because we get
Chaco, you're hot, Mike.
earthquakes. We get massive earthquakes.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
Nice,
it's
nice,
actually-
nice little tectonic formation known as the San Andreas Fault.
And it's
Okay,
a pretty
okay.
big fault.
Whoever did that, do not burp with a hot microphone, please.
Getting flashback before the panel.
That was hilarious.
Somebody's microphone keeps.
That panel was.
That would be Chaco because he doesn't know how to do push to talk. He's sitting here doing mute mic manually on Discord and forgets to remute himself.
Mm.
No, it's mostly that I can't use my computer at the moment.
I mean, there's an easy solution to that. Server mute him until he goes on to push to talk.
Hey, Choco was talking there.
Yes.
I literally can't use my computer at the moment.
But you can push to talk on your phone. I've done it before.
How do you do that?
You go into settings and you turn on push to talk on the phone, and it changes it over to where there's a white button you push that turns blue when you're ready to talk.
I've used it.
You just have to have the thing open.
That's handy.
Come on, Chaco! Don't let the old guy, do something better than or do something you can't. You're supposed to be the computer expert.
He's got a point. The old
Oh,
geezer
fine.
over there. By the way, I'm pretty sure Holtz might be turning 60 this year.
I'm not that old yet.
No
hell was that?
danger of that because he's younger than I am. Not by much, but he's still younger than me.
There's push to talk.
See? I find it funny that the old guy knew how to do that.
Hmm? Yes, I did put it live stream. Next on 2020.
Nope, the
Let's
Terminators
not-
can fuck right off.
Let's not tempt fate. I'm just saying.
We don't know.
I mean,
what's
that says Star Trek, but I'm pretty damn sure those are the flyers from the Terminator Judgment Day sequences.
I thought that was Halo.
No, those are D6 battle cruisers, but the idea is alien invasion. So anyway,
See, we got to be careful because movies predict things too good. I mean, wasn't it Back to the Future that got right about the Chicago Cubs winning the World Series?
oh god, that was scary.
So yeah, Lens. That's
Just
what they
okay.
remind me of.
Well, yeah.
I mean, for predictions, no one thought was actually going to happen. Apparently, Spock predicted Kanye running for president because he's running.
That's just a publicity stunt.
Yeah, so was Trump.
I was about to say, all right, so let's talk about how The Simpsons
Okay,
made it predict
politics.
Trump.
Bad.
Politics,
all of
no.
you. All of you. Calling it now. Bad. I don't care if you're talking. I don't care who you're talking about. We on a stream that's not about that. Don't do that. I don't want to have to deal with Twitch's censors.
Yep.
Exactly.
Anyway, it's time to jump over to the other server and start the moon summoning ritual.
No, it's not. Moon's not here yet, and I'm not jumping over there till he gets here this time because I want to see how long it takes him to finish panicking about me informing him this is episode 100 an hour before the stream starts because I forgot to remind him the rest of the week.
Okay then.
I'm a bad person. Yes, Chris?
Do you remember that old picture I drew? I think it was after the very first time I joined in chat here, I think.
No.
When I didn't know what hot mic actually meant.
I don't remember the picture, dear. You're going to have to remind me of what's in the picture because...
Reposting it now.
Also, Kyle, bad.
Come on.
It's in live stream crazy post.
Aww.
There it is.
Chris being adorable.
Yep.
I had an urge to punch that pony just now because he laughed.
You had an urge to do what? To punch someone? Why are you punching someone?
Yeah.
That's illegal.
Also, P.S. Maxwell, motherfucking pancakes.
Pancake?
It said, "Hey, Vsauce" and Twitch.
Yes, the meme
For those
that
of you,
started.
who don't know, I gave all my artists an opportunity to draw whatever they wanted. So Maxwell is currently drawing the pancakes picture.
All right.
I'm gonna be known as the pancake artist.
Ravage has already turned in his piece, which I will show you guys tonight. It's for next weekend at TrotCon, and it's being made into full-blown posters.
Nice.
Also, I will be releasing the next chapter at the end of the stream. I wanted to release it earlier today, and that didn't happen, so I figured I'd just release it when the stream's over. It's done. It's been done for like 2 days. I just haven't had a good opportunity to just let it out into the wild.
Be free, my child. Be free.
I thought you were just going to release it on Monday anyway.
I wanted to release it on Monday, but I literally slept most of Monday away because, I ran 6 panels over the course of the weekend with none of the reinforcement I would normally get for running panels, like getting to see my friends, hugging their necks, or all the extra squats and cardio I get from walking around a convention center and standing up and sitting down at my vendor booth. Yeah, I actually recorded this for HarmonyCon. I stood up and sat down, i.e. doing squats at my vendor table 1,714 times over the weekend.
Wow.
Guys.
So some big oof.
By the way, that was kind of fun doing the panels.
Sorry, with all those squats. Wandering Sunrise is Russian, isn't she?
Oh, let's got some exercise.
Somebody sprinkling plastic.
Arvana.
ASMR.
I was muted, goddammit.
No, you weren't.
You thought you were, but you weren't.
Well, good evening, everyone.
Ooh.
Never trust your instincts.
I learned that the hard way.
I see a Maxwell.
But yeah.
I see empty.
Chris.
Ayo. Yay.
The weird part, though, is
And I thought I wasn't gonna make it.
The weird part, though, is every time I looked in the panel while we were doing this on Saturday, I don't know, something about the way Chris looks makes me think small.
She is.
How tall are you?
Chris is a bean.
I wish I was, but no, I'm 173 centimeters.
Dang.
No, it's not that short.
Yeah. I'm
No,
tall.
that's not that short. That's
You're
that's a good height.
5'6". You're 3 inches shorter than I am. You're actually pretty tall for a girl.
Yeah, you're.
Yeah, I
about
mean,
7 inches shorter than me.
I'm only
I
5'10".
wish I was short because then I could be a hobbit.
Then you'd have to have hairy feet.
That's okay. I don't mind. I'm hobbit.
Oh yeah.
I now just imagining Chris dressed up as a hobbit running around.
In a hole.
Hobbits don't wear shoes anywhere.
Exactly. So I will be just myself.
I will say it's kind of sad. At 5'8", I'm like the shortest, or 5'8" or 9", I'm like the shortest person in my family. The rest of, even my cousin who's like 6 or 7 years younger than me, he's a fucking beanstalk of a person.
So what we're hearing is you're the runt.
And ironically, I'm named after an ancestor who was renowned for being little. I blame that.
So what you're getting at is that your family cursed you.
So
Well,
you had
when the ancestor I'm named after, his last name literally translated to the little one. Yes.
So your ancestor was Napoleon.
No, but he actually got the last name because when Napoleon invaded the Netherlands and they were conscripting all the Dutchmen, there were 2 people in his village named Dirk. The one was a tall one was a little one. And since the Dutch did like the Italians, where you'd only be blank off whatever your village is, they were just like, fuck it. You're going to be Dirk, the little one, and Dirk, the big one. And that's the ancestor I'm named after. Named after a man called the little one, literally shortest person in the family.
So it's not like the mother's curse?
No.
You know what the mother's curse is, right? I hope you have children just like you.
I don't know if this helps, but I'm
Joke's on you. I have to adopt.
don't know if it helps, but I'm actually the shortest in my family except for my mother and kids who are born after me.
Ah.
Norwegians are normally tall.
I've heard this.
But yeah, the day Fiaura and Spitfire adopt, that's gonna be fun. Imagining Fiaura start selling baby onesies and stuff on her on her shop.
Yeah.
Gigi.
I specifically tried not to curse my children to break the cycle, but their mother went ahead and did it.
Oh, no, this is a good one. So I'm looking at the thing Chaco posted. What name is your shitty Space Marine chapter? Mine is the Space Drinkers.
The Space Drinkers.
Mine is the Red Rage. Hold on. You'll like this one. Mine's the Red Rage Bitches.
Where? What?
Those aren't options.
I'm just gonna go with the worst one from all. My Marine chapter is the Ultramarines.
Boo!
No. The thing is, the name from like the month you were born and then the date, and you see which one you get.
Oh, I didn't know what it was.
Technically, a lot of names are available because you can roll up Death Guard, Lunar Wolves, World Leaders. It's like there's a surprising amount of chaos in here.
Please tell me Suns is. Yep, Suns is an option, so you can be the 1,000 Suns as well.
Oh, there's even more heresy. You can get Dark Angels. Everyone knows they're traitors.
So, this is scary.
Emperor's okay.
With my okay, so it's just the month and the day.
Yep.
Okay, mine's a scary one. The Ultra Fists.
Hey, I came out with Emperor's Ravens, so.
Wow. Yeah, but
Wait, what was yours again, Linzabi?
Ultra Fists.
That sounds like a weird 40K porn parody.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's terrible. That thing is crazy.
Oh yeah, sure. I want to be an Ultra Fist. Wait, shit, that sounds rad. Hang on, where do I sign up for this?
Wait a minute. Emperor's Eaters. It's mine.
Really?
So we got the Emperor's Drinkers, and we have the Emperor's Eaters. Where's the sleepers?
Where do you guys find this stuff?
It's in the 40K section.
You're gonna have to scroll down.
It's just 40K is just above ponies.
Ah.
And there's this little picture. It shows like the month and then the days, and yeah,
Space Marine chapter. So
your month and your day.
I can't pronounce that.
Okay.
Which month and day is it?
16. It's basically Dark Breatharian.
Oh, the Dark Brethren.
That sounds actually sounds pretty cool.
That one actually does sound, and it sounds a lot like a Space Marine chapter as well.
Yeah.
Sadly, one that's probably destined to be declared excommunicatus at some point, but still sounds pretty awesome.
Yay!
This could be taken so badly.
When the Gene Seed goes bad.
So, Chris, just for your knowledge, brethren is another word for like brotherhood.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
The more you know.
It sounds almost like they're related to the Dark Angels.
I would almost definitely assume that's the Dark Angels would be a Dark Angel successor.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm imagining me riding on a Harley motorcycle with heavy metal in the background.
That sounds like Mad Max.
Well, Space Marines do have a biker
there's
division.
a good rule. If the name sounds like it belongs in emo poetry, they either belong to the Dark Angels or the Raven Guard.
Caca! I guess. Is Moon okay?
He's eating.
Yeah, he's just eating.
Okay.
Yep, gotta have that food.
The food, the fuel.
Also, I'm just looking at the possibility of Imperial Eaters and just imagining it's an entire Space Marine chapter of those, like, people who can shove down, like, 70 fucking hot dogs.
So they win all the hot dog eating contests?
For the Emperor!
I saw this there was this one kid from Japan who did it, and it was really weird how he ate his hot dog. He'd eat the dog first, then shove the bun in his face, and then wash, rinse, repeat.
Do they declare a hot dog exterminatus?
No, they just eat the planet. All of it.
Oh, jeez.
That doesn't sound good.
Mm.
You have to chew your food, you know?
Chewing is for the weak.
No, I just
And
put it
now
over
we
my
all
face
watch
and
Shotgun
swallow it.
choke to death on a chip.
Well, I still remember in basic training, they'd say, choke it down and taste it later.
Eh?
And I was like, but...
Really? Ken and this apparently got Death Guard.
Heretic.
But I replied to the drill sergeant, but Sergeant First Class, I like the taste of the Salisbury steaks.
Wait, what's Valentine?
Careful, you're all teaching Chris new words.
Dark plates. That's Valentine. That's awesome.
Oh. Yes.
I wonder. Okay, he would be.
So I have an honest question that I would like to know the answer to.
Okay.
Yes.
A friend of mine is currently on a mountain retreat, and he's baking a cake at 8,500 feet in the air.
All right.
If he takes that cake down to sea level, does it explode or implode?
Both. Both.
Probably
It's
implode.
got less. It'll have less air pressure in it in there, so it'll collapse. So implode.
Yeah.
But isn't there, since the oxygen, there's more oxygen in the air?
No,
So-
Chris, at higher altitude, the air is significantly thinner.
Yeah, I meant down from the mountain.
Right, so when you come down from the mountain, the air pressure increases from 0.7 to 1, meaning there's more pressure on it. So, yes, it would in fact implode. Which, honestly, would be hilarious to have a cake in your hands and it implodes and then collapses into, like, cake ball.
Yeah, but you'd have to do that with like a portal to have an instantaneous explosion, because otherwise it would adjust as you drove down the mountainside.
Incorrect, actually. What happens is it implodes over time. So if you were to take the cake off the mountainside and bring it down to sea level, it would implode over the course of a day, and by the end of the day, you would have a cake that was 34 to 50% smaller. So it doesn't implode. You are right. You're right. To get an instantaneous implosion, you would need to have a portal. But otherwise, no. You'd bring it off the mountainside, and it wouldn't adjust. It would just slowly collapse in on itself.
So
It
basically,
could be really good.
I could hear it now. You're doing some work in the kitchen, and you hear.
the air steals your cake.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, the volume changes, but the mass doesn't.
You still got the mass cake, but you have less fluff.
Betrayal! It steals the fluff.
Well, just think if you could do that with fat, it would make you small.
And Moon has arrived.
Later.
I suppose we need to jump over now. We are going to get to the recap from last stream, and then we're going to dive right into shenanigans.
Yes.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Here.
Hello.
Just making sure.
And Mom, I have push to talk. And while I know I can deactivate push to talk, having it set to push to talk is nice, because then I can just put it on push to talk and start screaming, and no one knows because I don't queue up the mute.
But when you go silent, we know something is happening.
Hey, Moon.
Not always.
Kamanawana.
Hey, Moon.
Hey, Faith.
Hey, Moon.
Hey, Faith.
You want to know something?
Even if I say no, you're gonna tell me anyways.
You're right, I probably would. We found the perfect person to play you for the audiobook.
I am confused.
Duncan Fisher from Mech Warrior.
Also, what do you mean play me? What the fuck are you talking about?
The person who's supposed to read the level ups at the end of the chapters.
Wait. That Duncan Fisher?
Yeah, George Ledux, the person who plays Duncan Fisher, he's going to be Duncan Fisher, the GM.
Damn.
I'm confused. I don't know who this person is. I live under a rock. So
I don't know who you've never played MechWarrior?
I've never played MechWarrior.
Okay.
He is one of the most recognizable voices or faces in MechWarrior. Hence the reason why I don't know who he is.
I'm sorry if this makes anyone hate me now. I've just never gotten around to
Warning!
playing MechWarrior.
Warning! Stream
No,
tip
it's okay,
overload.
Moon. I appreciate
All
it.
hands, prepare for
Lynn
exploded
Zobby,
broken
can you
Fiaura
be less
in
predictable?
5, 4,
What did I
3, 2,
Hey,
1.
Linzabi
Detonation
will drop
imminent.
money as a guess. Yeah,
So-
bloody
so-
hell,
so-
Linzabi.
There
Really?
you go. I'm going to play this clip from Tex.
Hello, Mech fans. Duncan Fisher here. You know,
Sorry,
it's
they
not
love
easy
watching
being the
dancing
voice of
tank.
Solaris. The crowds, the mech jocks, the people. And my people want bloody, violent mech-on-mech action.
Oh,
24/7.
yes, that one.
That guy. I was talking to Tex about the Battletech episode that I'm recording at the end of the week. Just to make sure the script was okay and that he would agree with my conclusions. And Linzabi, you mother... I thought you only did some... Ragfrag!
What?
Things and stuff. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I was talking to Tex and he said, yeah, he's reasonably cheap for fan stuff, and so long as you're not like doing commercial work, he's like all for it. And so I went and talked to him, and we have recorded voice lines from him, and he's more than happy to do it. The thing is, though, he's not an ad-lib type actor, so we have to write like an actual script.
I'm very conflicted on someone being me, but I give me a stream to process this, because that is a statement I never thought I'd hear in my entire miserable life.
Yeah, we have what?
Hey, Moon.
Hey, Moon. There's a professional level voice actor who's been voicing in video games, movies, and animation for 40 years who wants to play you.
Hey, Moon.
I'm a small town man with anger issues. Why in the nine hell? Like, no, seriously. The only reason someone voices you in the town I'm from is because you committed some kind of crime and are starring in the documentary.
Hey, Moon. How many of us do you think thought at some point the bullshit that we're doing at this virtual table right now would ever end up in a book? How many of us thought that book would then be turned into an audio drama?
where professional people would voice our characters? It's kind of disconcerting.
Bitch, I still expect to die at 30.
Join the club.
Moon, I'm going to tell you a little bit of disappointment. So did I.
I got bad news, Moon. You're probably not going to die at 30.
I don't get to die at 30. You don't get to die at 30.
And honestly, after the pact I made with Satan, you're probably not dying at 40 either.
Moon, is your name
Logan?
Logan?
We'll revisit this conversation when I turn 31, but until then, I'm going to be walking around with an eye over my shoulder.
I'm sorry. Does Satan get to dictate what happens to one of Odin's children?
No. But I have made a deal that Moon and I
at 30. Or make a shot at immortality.
I have made a deal that Moon and I have to spend at least 1 month together in the same retirement home as retirees.
I don't know. Why the hell would I go to a retirement home? I'd go out into the woods and just punch bears.
I can actually see that.
Works. He's sitting on a porch. Hey, Moon. Did the bear fight back today?
You get back here, you goddamn whippersnapper.
Oh, where's that meme?
Hang on. No, even better. Hold on. 300 bears later.
No, there is a meme. Where is that fucking meme?
After the first month, the bears just start showing up with 6-packs and kegs.
I can see Moon now. Damn bears, get off my lawn.
Go away, bear. I have to leave for work now.
And the bear goes, "Oh, I brought beer."
I wonder if bears would respond to the universal language of a shotgun cycling.
They have.
Hi,
Remember last
this
session?
bag of hugs for $5.
Or was it the one with
Shaky,
Shaky?
right? No.
Yay, Moon,
I
punching
just a
bears.
cycling, not
Also
fire.
time for an error.
Yeah.
444.
I'm almost to the point here when it comes to the voice actors is I'm waiting for Fee to actually replace all of us with the voice actors because, they do our characters better.
No.
I mean, she just said he's not an ad-libber, so clearly I'm better at being me than he is. Because he'd have to live in my mind, and I mean, no.
He doesn't need to live in your mind. He just probably has to drink himself into it.
So, Moon, the image I just posted.
Guess what? That's a lie. I'm not drunk.
Oh, Jesus.
I have caffeine.
Fiaura.
No.
I think given the Moon conversation we just had, the one I just posted is amazing.
Yeah,
but
the
look what-
one that you posted was amazing. The one that I just posted was for the memes.
Wow.
A witch on a Roomba?
Ever been so angry you chased a bear with a bat? Wow. On that note, I'm turning this over to Twitty. Twitty, have you ever been so angry you chased a bat? Why don't you tell us what happened last week?
None of the things I've done to get here.
Well, geez, such respect I get here. But
Bomb collar.
No bomb collar from you.
Hug Twitty.
I want to remind you, while we've been in town, I noticed we had to actually use the bomb collar, so I took the time to repair it from now on.
So anyway,
did you want the shock collars?
Kinky, you got some?
Let the bugs speak.
God, you guys you want me to talk, or then you cut me off? What's going on here? So anyway, last time the party started really getting into that conversation, passing that doobie around, and it got pretty wild. But Sunrise didn't take any because she's got to keep her head straight so that she can work with tools while fixing the armor and upgrading it. After all, you don't want to accidentally smash your hoof with a hammer. Or worse, drill into your pad. That would be bad. Shamanism happened, I believe, if I remember correctly. Yes, shamanism happened. Jifundo did it again.
I like that. I like describing last session as shamanism happened.
Yes. Yes. And eventually things got a little strange. But one thing that may or may not happen today is, once they sober up, and they may need a lot of sobering, I don't know, more coffee. They still need to go and investigate the local town raiders, which apparently sound more like it's their version of juvenile delinquents. But maybe more violent. We don't know.
I mean, they're wasteland juvenile delinquents.
Well, yes. Still, kind of crazy. Food was had. Much smoking was done. They all got high.
I did not get high.
No, that's right. Sunrise was the only one not getting high.
At least until she was away from power tools.
Well, you never want to be hot stoned when you need power tools.
I have to make a correction here. The power tools were not what we were afraid of. It was the fact I would be using a plasma torch.
Burned down the whole town. Oh, I love that. That's a good one.
Wow, I actually like that a lot.
So, it was kind of a laid back kind of session last Wednesday night.
You're forgetting something.
Well, I may have been asleep at that point because I did accidentally pass out due to sugar overload.
You all right, Lens? You going to be all right doing this,
okay.
Lens?
At least you're better.
I'm going to mention this. Lenzabi, you had one job.
Hey, fuck you.
I know.
Fuck you. No. We don't pick on you when you're having a bad health day. You don't pick on him.
That's fair. But I understand you had a bad health day. If you had told us this, we could have sent you the entire thing of what happened last week that you might have missed. So, from now on, if you have a bad health day or you fall asleep from eating too much sugar, please let us know so we can send you what you missed.
Okie dokies. Oh, and I did notice there was some singing going on.
Yes.
Okay. So it seems he cut off, or it seems he dropped right around
the time I grabbed Chifundo's leg and went inside Chifundo's box to a weird magical spiritual trip that I never wanted to have in the first place.
So Chifundo goes back into his box, tries to peek around, try to figure out some of the ways that makes him tick. After a few moments have passed out in the real world, Sunrise looks over, is confused as to what's going on, goes to shake Chifundo by the leg, wraps around the leg, ends up getting yeeted into some kind of other dimension. They're not really sure where. She tries to press around, figure out what's going on. Chifundo and Sunrise end up having a conversation separated by a barrier of light. Chifundo looks like something out of a fucking JoJo episode. Shining with golden light.
So she hitched a ride.
Yes.
Again.
I tapped into my Chifundo-fi.
Oh, right. And then you found out that maybe not all the agents were that bad.
No, we found that way before this particular trip happened.
That's
she
debatable.
needs reminding.
As I say, finding out that not all agents were bad happened before the acid trip.
Okay, have we missed anything now?
Nyota had a cuddle with his inner spirit.
So Nyota did a fade to black with the spirit.
I'm sorry. Right. I apologize to the stream. By the way, we're having to piece together what happened last time, so you guys haven't missed anything.
I teleported into a wall.
Less a fade to black and more just a pleasant snuggle session.
It's what I said. I didn't say anything. I said snuggle with.
A fade to snugs.
Okay, so today's a definite result. Don't do drugs, kids, okay?
No, drugs were not a problem.
Importantly, Nyota resynced the internal time between wherever was stored and the outside world, so that she was not stuck in a time purgatory. No.
Yeah, Mythic splinched himself. I think that's the term, splinch.
Splinched?
He teleported himself into a wall.
Literally 50-50.
So in other words, some comedic gold happened too.
Not into the wall. I didn't smash into it. No. I am actually in the wall right now.
Oh yeah, you were never actually took out the wall, were you?
You're in.
Yeah, they did spring me from the wall, but it was stuck
in a wall.
Bethesda style.
Yeah, a bit of Bethesda clipping happened. Nothing to worry about.
And
see, this is what happened. I ate too much pasta. God damn it.
And Scopolamina got to meet her fan. She got to have her fan thing. We didn't meet Pinky.
Oh God, yes, Scopolamina and.
Man, I really.
Scopolamina was literally skiing.
Ah, yes, that's right. So Mina, Mina was also apparently this blunt was infused with pure shamanism, as Mina proceeds to go on a "this ain't nothing" trip down to a clearly had to be magical because this is not how pop works. But as Mina starts to hallucinate a little bit, and ends up having a conversation with Nick. A lovely conversation, a pleasant conversation. For the most part, nothing went wrong. It was a peaceful session. The trap was that there was no trap.
Well, there was
DC-40.
There was the slight moment of pain when Pink literally burned a rune that allows her to return back to Pink.
Yeah, but Mina was so fucking high, she didn't really care.
You're not familiar with old magic, then.
By the way, look at the timestamp on that. I just reposted.
And there was a trap. Sunrise fell right into it because she touched the trap.
No, I'm sorry, that's going. I wonder if this stovetop is hot. First degree burn later. Yup, it's hot.
I mean, it's not even the first time she's done it either.
No, this is going 1 point of data does not make a blank.
I feel like she just has an addiction.
How many times does it take to go, Trafundo's glowing. Let's not touch him.
Oh yeah, Trafundo almost died.
Oh yeah, I almost. Yeah, I nearly dematerialized myself, didn't I?
Oh my!
Yep, it was almost a new player who got brought in because Trafundo did a stupid.
That would have left just Sunrise and Nyota as the original characters.
So yeah, just as a reminder to you all, keep watching all the way through because one of us might actually do a stupid and your name might come up.
Not just combat where you can die.
That's right. You could die doing something simple. Or not so simple.
Hey, I wonder what happens if I touch Jafundo while he's meditating. Or hey, I wonder what would happen if I were to just teleport to the other end of the room.
In fact,
hey, look, crit fail.
So I have a question.
Can I just point out one? I could have actually have died twice during that sequence. First time at the dematerializing point in the corridor. Second time, if Sunrise had decided she was going to push her way through the barrier.
Oh no, that would have been so much fun. Oh, you have no... I would have needed a moment to prep. There would have been the audible sound of knuckles cracking, and I would have had to do some serious GM.
So I have a question, considering that Mythic is stuck in a wall Bethesda style. How's he still alive and not disrupted?
He managed to get himself out of the wall because the tutor who was nearby went, oh shit, and cast failsafe. It will take him some time to reprogram the magic into the scrolls and things that he destabilized. But it got him out of there.
Well, darn. Either way, we could have wound up with a double kill.
Triple.
Or even a triple. But then again, Sunrise just pops back up anyway.
Well, that depends. What happens if...
Sunrise can only come back if her spirit is not completely destroyed.
I was going to say, so what happens if she dies outside of the box? Big thonk emoji.
Yeah, because literally she was trying to push her way into Jafundo's box for the most part.
That's
okay. There are so many ways of taking that. That is glorious.
I mean, Quick Stitch and Martini have already been there, right?
Hey, now you're contributing to the corruption of a miner.
Welcome to the wasteland.
Yeah, I already did that. I got you into the Philly Scouts.
Oh yeah, there's that. So anyway, I guess now it's time for Moon to start the ball rolling again and see what happens next. Do it, boss. Do it.
Oh, hey, I should probably actually load all the way into Roll20. That would help considerably.
I suppose I should play the intro then.
Oh yeah, do the intro thing. Shakespeare
Case, I'm gonna
on
quickly
Zero
go bio.
Brown.
As fires burn out from yesterday, a wandering mare's found a better way. For just as night seems most dark, the sunrise comes to warm our hearts. From the ashes of war, through the blood and the gore, a man once born in this world that is torn. A group that cannot just be stopped or forgot will rise to overcome all odds. And with every new day, through the parts that we play, as we push fear away and remember the ways of a man who was kind and whose words we remind. Do better.
And at this point, I am going to turn it all over to the Moon. The only other thing about recap was Sunrise did take the time to modify armor. I rolled those things in chat here and typed out the materials I needed to use in Roll20 here. No, I didn't go to extreme modification, but they didn't let me.
By the way,
Put the materials. I'm looking.
I keep forgetting that Mina has freckles.
One bolt?
Yeah.
For what?
Layered plate. Anyway, this is the fan art that I got sent this week that we're using for the token this week. So if you send me fan art, even if it's a hand-drawn picture, so long as it vaguely looks like the character, we'll use it. In this case, somebody went and paid a professional artist. I'm not surprised, and I'm not even disappointed. I'm just weirded out.
Yeah, stream. She's weirded out because it wasn't fucking porn.
Although it still looks like the bunny from Space Jam. The pose, anyway.
Talking about Lola?
Yep.
Yep.
The OG for you, waifu.
Excuse me, Sally Acorn would like to have words with you. And to be even more poignant on that one, Bugs Bunny would like to have a word with you.
You know what? Those are actually both very fair statements. I retract it.
Yeah, what's up, Doc?
She's just the easy OG pick.
And I mean, let's be honest, there was one other character that showed up before Lola Bunny that probably made a lot of people question. Minerva Mink.
I keep seeing her floating around, and I never really knew where she came from.
Animaniacs.
Animaniacs, yep.
Wow, damn, I'm not that old.
Yeah, she
Go
was in
watch
like
that.
the original lineup. They quickly had to stop using her for reasons.
I suddenly feel as though I am a part of a generation that will be the last generation that was exposed to extreme creativity and ideas that were just completely off the wall, but absolutely wonderful.
Oh, like Freakazoid?
Yeah.
Super freak extraordinary. Freakazoid. Freakazoid.
That's because later generations basically screwed everything up, but that's okay.
I mean, to be completely fair, Hello Nurse is a good example. But if you really want something that'd mess with kids' heads, remember Animaniacs, not Animaniacs, Animorphs was aimed at 9 to 12-year-olds, and the first book had them witnessing the visceral and gruesome consumption of the being that gave them their powers in the first place and scarred them permanently. And then they go on to fight a guerrilla war where they are eviscerated on an almost weekly basis.
Oh no, I remember those books. I remember that one book where they had they got the new member in, and he turned his back on them or betrayed them.
Just go look up Sid and Marty Croft, who put out HR Puffin stuff. Is so fucking high.
When I was younger.
Like, I legitimately feel for anybody born after 2000, because you're not going to get that kind of material in kids' books anymore.
Because think of the kids.
I want to go back to early 2000.
I grew up in Command and Conquer.
I mean, hell, when watered down uses of magic in books is not allowed because of certain sections of society.
When Watership Down is no longer considered a children's movie.
I mean, the fact it was ever considered a children's movie and not made it past the censors is astounding.
Yeah, I can agree with that one. That was
but then again, I'm happily reminded that up until 3 months after it was released, the original Heavy Metal was a children's movie.
No,
Shut up.
It was never a child movie.
No.
Fee. I was there. It was not. It had full frontal nudity. It was not a child's book.
Right. It was not. However, at the time, the censors basically said if it was animated, it was automatically a child's thing and they didn't need to worry about it. Then Heavy Metal came out, and then they immediately had to recall it and go rate it.
No, what you really need to be scared about is the movie Wizardry was aimed at kids. Go watch that one. It's not nearly as bad, but it's still just as bad.
Japan says hi.
Wizardry's not even Japan. That's the same guys who did the Lord of the Ring Bakshi or whatever his name was.
Ralph Bakshi's
Yeah.
Wizards.
Yep.
Not wizardry, but wizards.
Damn, I still need to go back and watch that.
But yes, I guess
Japan
Japan does set the record.
I mean, to be completely fair, I watched Appleseed, Black Magic M66, and Akira when I was 12. And people wonder why I'm messed up.
Hey, let me see. Doom came out in what, 90? Doom came out in 92, so I was 8 when I was playing that.
Wait.
Yes,
I swear we've
my-
had this
my-
conversation
my
before. We're
parents-
the same age.
No, I thought you were a little bit older than me.
Probably only by months.
1984.
Same.
Shit, yeah. So, yeah, I was playing Shareware Doom when that came out.
Right.
It was like, let's apply rocket launcher to that imp over there and just watch and admire the splatter of gore.
Oh, one of my favorite things was lure them all around a barrel and then hit the barrel with a rocket launcher.
Or just shoot it with the shotgun.
So, any hoodles. Is the moon still in prepping?
It was strangely adorable. No, at this point in time, I'm just listening to the two of you go.
I mean, we could dive down this rabbit hole for like an hour, but we're already starting behind.
Although, I did figure out the parental control cut password on my dad's copy of Duke Nukem 3D.
Man.
God, when they tried to use passwords to stop kids from playing games, the number of times that the kids were actually asked to figure out the password so the parents could play the games.
Oh, dear.
Well, and then there's Leisure Suit Larry, who...
Oh, Jesus, that's a rabbit hole in itself.
But they're...
Okay! This is a reminder that Leisure Suit Larry is banned from Twitch.
But the earliest versions, their form of parental control was to have obscure pop culture questions from the 70s.
Yeah, basically questions that only people of a certain age would have been able to understand.
That are so obscure that you can't just Google an answer to it today.
Amazing. Holy shit. Anyway, so fucking what the hell? I can feel the brain cells dying.
Well, yeah, that's the alcohol.
Not helping. Fuck.
Should I start talking?
No. Why are you here? You abandoned them all, or they abandoned you. It's a loaded question. Just go now, your wives. You know what? If you've repaired everything, that would have at least taken you through till the next day. So I guess it's morning. Everyone just roll initiative.
All right, place your bets if I'm going to roll over a 10.
Oh, good. He forgot about me.
Oh, no, I didn't forget about you. You've been brewing some potions. I'm just wondering, what did you do once you finished them? Because that wouldn't have taken you all through the evening. But their magical shamanistic adventures did.
Oh.
Hashtag regret having massive initiative bonuses.
B, you can decide where you go.
I know. I just want for once to not have to decide and me just to lose initiative. When I don't, when it's not, mission critical.
I mean, you can just opt to go. Now, I'd say you can opt to go last, but in theory, that would lead itself down an Ouroboros of, no, I want to go last. No, I want to go last.
Here's the thing, though. If you're first on the initiative order and you choose to go last, do you actually change position in the initiative order?
Yes.
In combat, yes. In this, no. Because this is just post-order talking. This isn't mission critical talking. Or mission critical initiative.
You know what? You know what? I'm going to be boring. He's going to read his book.
Sweet. That's a real good use of hours. Are you going to cheese it and ignore sleep?
Yes.
I hate you. Awesome. You have accomplished at least 10 hours worth of reading.
Yay. So.
Alright, so Medicinal Haze has dark circles under his eyes that would make an Italian proud.
I can't remember how much time was needed to get through that book.
A week.
A week? Okay.
It's more that it takes 8 hours of reading per day, but you can do it if you just spend downtime reading for a week straight. You can polish through a book.
Okay.
That said, in theory, you could go through one if you had the perk to reduce reading. You could go through one in a day and a half if you made the endurance checks to keep yourself, or the endurance and the int checks to keep yourself focused and keep your brain from going into mental burnout. Is that a beholder? You never want your DM to be confused on if that's a beholder or not.
Sure, let's go for it. Anyway, no. So yeah, he spends the night reading his book.
You have made 1 day's worth of progress towards finishing.
I think.
Actually, are you going until someone bothers you in the morning?
Pretty much.
2 days worth of progress.
No.
Because I've read a book for 16 hours before.
Moon.
What?
I want you to try reading the entire Battletech Clan Remembrance in one sitting.
Okay, so I think I'm at...
You can do it, but...
So I'm pretty sure then I'm 4 out of 7 days then for that.
Yep. I'm going to say if you spend a 24-hour period trying to read through a day, you need to make a will save to avoid sanity damage.
Okay.
I'm also going to ensure that you can't ever read for 24 hours straight. A sniper will materialize from a tree and shoot you in the ass.
Well,
they'll spawn in like it's an old GoldenEye game.
Okay.
Anyway, it's morning. Medicinal, you're still reading. Let's see. By the powers of... Who the hell am I missing?
You're missing a mythic blade.
I am missing a mythic. And... Scapola. That's who I'm missing.
I think I rolled a 10 or something like that. I couldn't find a counter, so...
Oh, trick for that. Click up on the newspaper. Then click on your click and hold on your character's name and drag it onto the map.
Yeah, but I don't see... I see counters on Fee's map. I'm having trouble finding counters on the map. Oh, there they are. The map is,
It's fine.
zoomed way out, so...
I'm sorry, the map is large.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, come on. It's only the entirety of Equestria.
While you figure this out, I'm going to reveal the artwork for this week while I'm thinking about it before I forget.
Call.
So, this piece is from Ravage. It's for TrotCon next week. It is being made into a full-blown poster. I do have more fan art from this week. I actually paid for this one, but it's because somebody approached me and asked me if there's anything I wanted to draw so they could get practice. It's this piece from Shadow. I also have this piece of fan art, and I have this piece of fan art from, I'm guessing, Marker Light. So first off, Ravage's official piece. This is for TrotCon Online next week. I haven't uploaded this because it's massive. No, you don't.
Damn!
It's made in I think like 2000 DPI.
Also, what the fuck are they doing to Sunrise?
She's holding the internet connection together.
I'm sorry, that's a Chifundo move.
I also have Shadow did this piece of Sunrise and Nyota's kids. What are we getting in trouble for this time, Miracle? It's a surprise!
Chifundo is the OC of the famous streamer, so.
Nyota, I just did the thing, didn't I?
Yes.
Okay. Here's Nyota and Sunrise apparently cuddling, because this was adorable. And here's Marker Light as a female night guard. I have so many questions about Snips that I don't even want to get into right now.
I think the story with that one is it was actually the artist misinterpreted the request.
Yeah, the artist messed it up. The correct version's in there, but now there's just female Marker Light as well.
You never
And
sent me
now-
the correct version, so I'm
And
just
now
wondering.
there's a whole bunch of maybe lore.
I mean, if you want, there's also the safer work version of the other one that Shadow did.
That's true. That's true. In the meantime, Scapola, back to your turn.
It's not my turn. I only rolled a 10.
Oh, well, whose turn is it?
Yours.
Okay. Where are we in the? Are we?
It is morning now.
Okay. Sunrise is going to limp to the shower.
Roll what, please?
Roll what? What do you tell me to roll? Luck. Oh my god.
There is both warm and cold water.
Nyota nat 10 to perception, but I'm not sneaky, so that's hilarious.
What's behind the character sheets now?
Some kind of broken
I'm not
image.
sure. I think there's a broken image.
Okay, weird.
That's my turn. I'm just sitting in the shower with head hung going, oh god, warm water.
Jiffy Pop.
Chifundo, I think, has done enough shenanigans for now involving his box, so he's gonna meditate until it's time to go and grab some breakfast.
Now, is meditate slang for sit in a chair and contemplate existence, or is meditate?
I had intended it as actual meditation, but
Nope, that's fine. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
Oop, hang on, real quick.
Why am I suddenly worried?
No, I just knocked over a cup of water.
Ah, not good.
Spiritual dial-up sounds.
Okay. No, you're fine. Are you doing anything with meditation, or are you just seeking to center yourself?
Just center myself and maybe augment any rest that I've had, but nothing majorly impactful.
Cool. Mina's turn.
Mina will get up, bright and shiny, because, drugs, no big deal, and start making breakfast.
Hey, roll me luck.
Nice.
Right on.
Alright, you get up, everything's as it should be. Everything is right with the world.
And like I said, she'll spend time making breakfast for everybody. Well, try to anyway.
Survival, please.
She's trying to screw it up again, but she made it.
I feel at this point in time like she's trying to test this. But yes, she pushes it to the edge, trying to intentionally burn some things, and by the time she's done, she pulls out more food than she started with.
Well, the burnt taste is in this time of the year, so.
When you accidentally make blackened chicken.
But that's her main initial goal for right now, is to get breakfast.
Okay. We'll have food done next turn. Medicinal, what is your agility?
Six.
That being said, Mythic did get skipped in the turn order.
Yep, I know. I was just asking if he since it was the next one down and he hadn't selected, so I didn't know if I needed to switch him. So yeah, Mythic, it is morning. Make me an endurance check at a +1.
Right off the bat, already, this is getting scary. Thank God for that +1. Really got in the habit of holding this thing down longer.
Okay. You wake up, you're feeling pretty good, all things considered. You broke physics a little bit, so the fact that you wake up and you are in no pain or no dire straits is nothing short of a miracle. But you're actually fairly well rested, having recovered strain, and depending on where you bedded down, you'd be able to smell cooking food.
Probably in the same place everyone else is. He'll probably go on and trot down and get food and probably receive his armor back from Sunrise after dropping it off with her.
You would attempt to find Sunrise and not find her.
Well, Yeah, she'll probably show up eventually. Just gonna probably trot down and socialize with the rest of the group. Just kind of chill out for the morning till breakfast. Nothing special here.
Nina is off so depending on where you go to chill out with everyone, largely the only people the only place that there is really to chill out in the morning is the bar, which has an old ghoul serving an old ghoul as a fry cook. There's a couple of customers who are down there, but no one that you recognize is there.
He'll go ahead. Pardon me. He'll go up to the bar, kind of sit down, and probably order a morning drink or something. Nothing, hard or anything. Just something to drink, something to chill out with as he just slowly wakes up. Wonder if they have any coffee.
The bartender this morning is a griffin who looks like they were point blank hit with a flamethrower, but they still have eyes and they've still got a beak. They come over, give you one short squawk, and lift up a pad and pen.
Good morning, sir. Do you happen to have any tea or coffee about?
Yay, I have coffee.
Can I get a cup of that? How many caps for it?
Thanks a moment. Cream, sugar, alcohol.
Cream and sugar, no alcohol this morning.
10 caps.
At that, he's going to smile, take out his caps out of his handy-dandy cat bag, and toss them onto the counter for him.
They're gone in a flash. The griffin saunters over, saunters is the wrong word. The griffin staggers over, pours you out your coffee, puts in a little bit of cream, 2 sugar cubes, stirs the thing together, and puts it down in front of you. It looks like it's in one of those Denny's mugs.
At that, he's a little smile, nod his thanks to the griffin. He's just going to go ahead and take his drink.
The coffee is strong, but burnt. It tastes a bit stale, as if part of this was reheated and part of this was fresh. But it's good, clean. It was made with decent water. All in all, it's not bad. It's not the best you've had, but it's not bad.
Well, better than that sludge at that other diner. All right.
Anything else, or are you just going to linger there and drink coffee?
Yep, go ahead, did my turn here as he just kind of lingers around drinking his coffee for the morning.
Awesome, embrace your inner kid. Nyota, can you give me another perception check?
I can try. Huh, I actually passed.
Okay, so the sound of running water will be enough to wake you up. But sunrise crawling out of bed would not.
Reach over and paw at the spot where sunrise is supposed to be and realize, crack open an eye.
It's still warm. There is a sunrise-shaped indent.
Well, you're going to kind of shake the grogginess off a little bit and roll out of bed, and then meander over to the showers.
There is, as you're getting yourself out of bed, there is... Oh, wait, never mind. Shower will get. Okay, yeah, you wander over to the showers. The room you're in has a small one. It barely fits you. Sunrise has a little bit of room to move around in, but You're both not fitting in there. It clearly looks like it was aftermarket. Someone got bored and tried to build one. The door separating the bathroom shower area is just a piece of metal on a hinge.
I'll peek my head into the shower and give Sunrise a bit of a morning kiss and smile.
I was wondering if I was going to finish showering before you got up.
Well, I missed my hug buddy.
Your hug buddy?
Snugglebug.
That's a little better.
I mean, there are other things I could say, but, well, they're definitely a lot more crass. I figured you'd rather me be a little bit more polite in the morning than, well, what we do elsewhere.
You're right, I would. I was up too late working on that armor.
And there's a little bit of a cheeky grin as he boops you on the news. You know, when I say it's time for bed, you should probably put the projects down and get some reasonable amount of sleep. If I was under the impression that we were going to deal with a group of raiders today.
And I'm under the impression that coffee is an option.
Oh no, coffee's mandatory. You don't get a choice in this.
Right, so coffee's an option. 5.5, 6 hours of sleep is enough. If it's the difference in adding layered plating and not.
No, we'll step to the side and make use of the facilities as want for a morning is, and then clean his hooves and then go prep coffee.
Box of family friendliness, then go prep coffee. And do it terribly.
Hey, he literally just rolled out of bed.
Children, behave. The box of family friendliness does not get paid overtime.
Box of family friendliness is doing overtime even if it doesn't get paid overtime.
No, it declines unpaid overtime.
It's not union, it doesn't get a choice.
Are we turning the box of family friendliness into another freaking dumpster waifu?
No. The box of family friendliness is a sapient god that goes where it is needed. It is, however, not omnipotent. It cannot be everywhere at once. Anyway, are you?
In that case, meanwhile in Silverfang,
are you just making coffee in the room, or are you going someplace more formal?
Hot plate and a pot on the bedside.
That's what I figured.
And I'm assuming he burned it.
I mean,
Or
that's
his
a crit.
hoof.
There is a very hot smell. Sunrise, give me a perception check. Nyota 2.
So Nyota made French roast.
No, I think this is more like Turkish.
Yep, it's my turn to be hated by Roll20 tonight.
Okay. So it goes, you wait, you get distracted with something. And by the time you come back, you realize, oh shit, I never put water in.
Oof.
The bottom of the coffee pot is scorched. Give me a luck roll -2.
That's a big no.
As you go to check the grounds, you might be able to save some of them, but yeah, they're just very, very dry now.
Disappointing, but no, that is not salvageable as coffee. I'm not even gonna try. I'm gonna let the pot cool off a bit before I try and clean it out.
You figure, however, that in a town like this, there's going to be a place you can get coffee at this time of morning. Are you going to go venture out and find your morning and get your morning fix, or are you going to try and deal with this scorched pot on a non-caffeinated mind?
The sunrise rubs her temple. Naoda, I literally just sold a ton of weapons and armor. We have the caps to just go get coffee and not have to worry about not paying 100% attention and turning our coffee pot into sludge.
I mean, fair, but we don't know where they're getting their coffee from.
We could ask.
I'm not going to get anything done with that until it cools off, so gonna flick the hot plate off and then set the coffee pot on something, preferably metal, so it doesn't scorch or burn, because, yeah, to get coffee grounds that hot, yep, it's probably going to melt something if it's put on something that isn't metal or stone.
The end tables are cheap aluminum.
They'll discolor a bit, but nothing unrecognizable.
You can safely put it on them without anything bad happening.
So at that point, gonna turn to Sunrise. Well, I was planning on making sure you had a cup of coffee before you got done with your shower, but let's go find breakfast. If the coffee is that rough for me this morning, I should probably avoid trying to cook.
Alright, I'm gonna split this and all them. It is morning. Are you still just going to make me a perception check on -3?
You said perception at -4?
Yes. -4 works too.
Okay, perception is 6. I subtract that from the roll, correct?
Okay, yeah, so that's not a pass. So you just keep reading through the book. You can tell that the town is starting to wake up. People are coming into the bar. People are moving around in the halls. There's more than just the sound of birds. Do you continue just flipping through the thing, or do you go not be an introvert?
Well, he has to go. They're leaving today, and he promised his mayor friends he would visit them one last time before they left. So he goes to find Shorty, Artie, or Cedar.
At Upon finding that you were still awake, Cedar would have come and spent the evening in between just doing Cedar things and being near you.
Okay.
So, so as you move around in the morning, she's still there. A gentle nudge later, and she's awake and has climbed onto your head. She's small frame. It's really not that bad.
All right. Well, I'm guessing these better find Shorty and Artie and promise them I'd see them one last time before this group I've signed up with left.
She puts a claw in front of your face, and then just lets out a series of rhythmic eeks in the general direction of the town. She cranes her ears for a moment, and then points. Go that way.
Okay. Follows her directions.
Her directions are not wrong, because she is a bat. She runs into Shorty first.
Well,
the half asleep unicorn is making her way down to the bar area to try and get food. She seems to just have her head on the floor, the scraping sound of a horn grinding against the wood as she literally drags herself.
Come on, Shorty. Head up.
She picks her head up, and there's a myriad of emotions. Happy, sad, tired. She exhales and puts on a brave face and a smile for you. Okay, fine. Well, yeah.
He takes one last look at her eye.
She kind of shoos you away. It's fine. Besides, a couple of the really cute guards thought the scar was hot. You're not my type, but I'm just gonna enjoy this for a little while.
All right.
Do you wanna go get food? I'm just rambling, saying things. I don't even know what I'm saying. Where am I?
You go ahead, go to the bar. We're gonna go find Artie, and we'll have one last meal together before I take off. Okay?
Oh, I'm gonna stay with you. She shuffles over and proceeds to attempt to drape herself over your back. Please make me a strength check. You will gain a because do you have all 3 ranks or just 2 ranks of Raises Bar?
I've only got 2 ranks of Raise the Bar.
Okay, so give me a strength roll.
I actually passed.
Okay, you are able to carry the 2 of them on your back as you go to find Artie.
All right.
She has holed herself up in one of the hostels. There's a split room with 2 bunk beds. There's a couple of unsavory types, but they are just minding their own business as you make it into the room.
Mm-hmm.
She rolls out of bed, still bending a little bit, and gives you a hearty wave. And beckons well, I guess you're only the one walking, so beckons you inside.
Yeah. I figured we'd all head to the bar and have one last meal before I take off.
Cedar is on top of your head, tail swishing. That radar never fails. Yes, Cedar, Artie, come on. We should all go eat. Shorty just nods. Shorty wants coffee. Brain no, do a word of magic, do a sparky spark. Artie sighs and looks to the two. Yeah, I'll talk to you later. Yeah, let's go. New last meal, new friends, good times.
Yeah.
Oh. Joe will hobble along, following in tow. By this point in time, you had to go into the deeper parts of the town. It's very interesting in here, very Steamworks feel. There's the hissing of pipes, things built on top of other things, on top of other things, jutting off of other things. And there are very low ceilings at parts. But it seems they've tried well to accommodate a large number of ponies, bigger than the town lets on.
Huh. That's interesting. Well, either way, he makes his way back to the bar and pays for all four of them to eat.
All right. You'd see Mythic as you make your way up to the bar, and depending on where Scopolamino went to cook, you would either see. Actually, yeah, the only place you'd be able to find a kitchen large enough would be the one in the bar. So, Mythic at the counter, sipping on a coffee, attempting to make awkward small talk with the Griffin, and Mina in the back bumping elbows with a ghoul fry cook. There are a few stragglers here or there, a couple of withered old earth ponies who just scream regular, and one Pegasus that looks like they're just passing through.
All right.
Oddly enough, no one really seems to. Artie's a little bit confused, but no one in town really seems to be making a stink out of the fact that there's a Pegasus here.
Come to think of it, that is kind of weird. But, if the Pegasus is minding his own business, then Hayes is willing to do the same.
It's a relatively peaceful morning. The four of you get your food and just talking, having a conversation.
Have chit chat about future plans and whatnot, and yeah.
The three of them, if it would be, actually, I'll save that so that actually gets canonized. Alright, Sunrise, you and Iota are making your way to go get coffee?
Yes.
Well, you remember the bar essentially being open at all hours of the day. So your best bet is that if there's any place that's going to have coffee that isn't one of those open-air carts, it'll be the bar.
Well, I guess we're having coffee at the bar.
I mean, there are worse places to drink.
This is very true. Still limping.
Alright, so you two stagger your way to the bar. And as you make your way there, Mythic is making awkward small talk with the Griffin. You can hear the sound of Mina making food in the back and the sound of a ghoul, who is also in the back, who seems none too pleased to be having to share his spot with a unicorn. There is Medicinal Hayes and his little squad of fillies all having what appears to be one last breakfast. Yeah, that's it. the rest of it? You can smell the coffee. It actually smells pretty good.
Sunrise looks around the room. Do we want to join any companions or just sit at the bar?
No. And there's a couple of just... at the bar there is a Pegasus that seems to be minding their own business, but no one really seems to be making a big deal out of it. And there's a couple of scattered regulars, a few in the back who are making conversation, and a couple here or there who look like they've just been hit by life one too many times.
I think we take up a seat at the bar so we can enjoy the coffee and breakfast, and then we worry about what the rest of the day has on hand.
Do you sit near either of the people, or just get a spot in the middle by yourselves?
I'll leave that up to Sunrise.
Sunrise will sit exactly between them, so if they want to come talk to us, they can come sit next to us.
Sounds like a plan. The griffin comes up to you, lets out a sort of squawing noise, and lifts up a pad and pen to take an order.
Sunrise blinks a few times. Do you have potatoes?
Hey, yes, buds.
Can I get, potatoes and salt and...
Boiled, mashed, fried, diced, mashed, tater form. How do you want them?
Cooked.
Philly.
Wow.
The griffin just kind of slaps the counter. Philly, I'm gonna need some kind of description, or else I'm gonna boil a potato and stick it up your ass.
I mean, if you just want to boil a potato and shove it in my mouth, I wouldn't complain.
No, I think it's going up the other way.
The griffin just kind of hangs his head and looks over at Iota. Hey, can you translate for me? Equestrian is the second language.
She'll take hash browns, as will I. Cider red hog on mine.
Oh, good. Sounds
and
coffee?
2 cups of coffee, please.
Green sugar.
I'll take mine black. Sunrise?
Black is his stripes.
Are those the black stripes or the green stripes?
He pauses for a moment. You want the black coffee or the darker than black coffee?
So long as the Philly Scouts didn't make it, I'm fine with
Alright, fuck the damn Scots. No. I had a friend, grows the beans, makes them himself. Wonderful stuff. No, I only mean to mutter, really touch the dark and black.
That's why it was so good.
Well, I'll take whichever one you recommend. Preferably something like a red eye. Something to get you woken up and keep you that way, preferably for 24 hours or so.
The griffin gives you a predatory smile and turns around to pour you 2 cups of coffee.
Oh, it's been a while since anyone's had these. Do you have pancakes?
Bob! I need a pancake!
A whole stack.
You just hear some grumbling from Bob back in the kitchen, and Mina, you hear this too. Yeah, don't worry. I'll get a short stack for the short stack.
No. Whole stack.
Full stack for the short stack.
Not that short.
You want to argue with the goal of cooking your breakfast?
Nyota is not going to say a damn thing.
What? Mina, what you see back here in the kitchen out of line of sight of Sunrise is this just towering earth pony. Not muscular, very lanky, but someone who's had to duck to get through a couple of doors. About 5. About 5 minutes pass, and this just wacky waving inflatable leg flailing tube pony walks out from the back room. Clearly, this must be Bob. He presents on the counter a plate of hash browns with a couple of rad hog links on the side, and for sunrise, a plate of hash browns with just 8 pancakes stacked high. There is also a small thing of syrup. 2 black coffees are set down in the middle, and the Griffin looks to the two of you. I'll let you bill later.
I'm going to use the Pinkie Pie power of what the fuckery and literally shove an entire pancake in my mouth all at once in one bite.
God damn it, it's the Maxwell picture.
No, this is the third time I've shoved an entire pancake in her mouth in one bite.
Hold on. As you attempt to shove all of the pancakes in your mouth at once, you feel as if the pancakes drink in the chaotic magic. These pancakes command respect. They will not allow you to eat them in stacks of anything larger than 2.
No, I'm shoving one pancake in my mouth all at once in one bite.
The pancakes will allow you to do this.
Again, with Nyota looking and going, how does she fit that in her mouth?
Nyota has stopped questioning that. He knows how she fits that all in her mouth.
No, you watch her jaw hinge like a snake.
Again, you say that like it's something he hasn't seen before.
Mythic's just gonna look over from his seat.
Mythic, you watch Sunrise's jaw hinge like a snake.
Not gonna say nothing, he's just gonna kind of stare. He blinks once before he turns back to his cup.
The Griffin has seen weirder things. Pegasus is minding their own business. The coffee is good. It is clearly non-Philly stout. The grounds are a bit burnt, but they're dry, strong. It seems as if someone attempted to make an espresso blend or an espresso grind via a traditional drip coffee method.
Pancake.
There was also a small pat of butter on top of the pancakes.
Now the question.
There was butter?
There was butter.
The question, Moon, is...
There is no longer butter.
did the chef actually make the pancakes, or did Mina make the pancakes for him?
The chef would have... I suppose the two of you would have been working in tandem, so it's really hard to tell who made what. I assume the two of you were just helping each other make orders.
That's fine.
Mina made half, Bob made the other half.
So, some of them are normal, some of them are extra crispy.
Some of them have been browned to perfection, you mean?
I made my roll still, so...
Well, yeah. Sorry, I like my pancakes to have a little bit of a crisp on the outer edges.
Browned to perfection. But, alright, so Sunrise proceeds to commit war crimes on pancakes. Chifundo, you sense a little bit of, not bad juju, but just the destruction of pancakes. You also sense pancakes.
Chifundo, upon sensing pancakes, will make his way to the bar and notice some...
And I don't mean smell. I don't mean saw. I mean in the midst of your meditational trance, there's a passing thought that comes through your mind that just simply elucidates itself, bellowing out, "There are pancakes!"
And Chifundo follows the call.
The meaning of life is pancakes.
As Sunrise is finishing making war crimes on that first pancake, Chifundo enters the bar.
So Chifundo will look around and go to the bar himself and sort of sit down next to Sunrise and Nyota.
Morning, Chifundo.
Yeah, morning, Nyota, and morning, Sunrise. I see you have ham pancakes. And Chifundo will look for whoever's serving.
Now to take a bite of his hash browns while we wait for the griffin to come back.
Oh, if you're waiting for a bill, the Griffin's not gonna give you the tab until everything's
No,
said and done.
I've just sat down at the bar with Nyota and Sunrise.
Oh, yeah, Griffin comes back over, squaws at you, lifts up the pad and paper.
Will point to the pancakes and ask for a stack himself and ask
Turns
if
around, Bob, more pancakes!
and ask if they have tea.
Ask if they have.
Tea.
Please keep the button depressed until you are finished speaking.
I am leaving the button until I press finish speaking. Chifundo will ask for tea.
Yes, they have tea. Sorry, I had to actually queue up the stream so I could hear you say it.
It came in clear to me.
The Griffin gives you what passes for a smile. Hey there, wee laddie. Would you like green, other green, black, other black, white, other white. This tea that I found in a box that I can't read. Would you like this tea that comes in a bag that might be black or green? This tea with a bear on it. This tea with a bear on it holding an orange. This tea that I found on the ground that might just be leaves.
I will have a black tea with milk, please.
Aside from the last one, they all do look like actual teas, though.
Chifundo's just in the mood for a simple black tea with a bit of milk.
Your tea order is created and given to you with a small fancy cup. The cup is slightly chipped. This is actually fine china. Or whatever they would call fine china. I don't know. It's weird. Don't question.
Chifundo will actually bend down and take a closer look at the cup and nod in appreciation to the Griffin.
It's a nice cup. Give me a barter check. Plus 10.
Barter, okay.
No.
Why do I have the feeling that the Griffins would be the ones who invented fine china cups because they can hold their little pinky finger out when they drink it?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Roll20!
I'm glad Moon's not trying to kill any of us tonight, or we would be dead.
Tonight is
Yeah,
still
had to
young.
say it.
Did you just break the fine china?
It's cheap plastic in the shape of fine china. Clearly.
Really? Roll20? Really? 100?
That is the second 100. Like, wow.
And it was compared to a 97.
Well, it's been a good session, you guys. Nighty night.
I'm trying to figure out how
you critically fail that roll.
What happens when you critically fail a roll that was meant to be appraisal?
He just identified it as a solo beer cup.
Chifundo, as you scan this can, as you look around this camp or cup, fuck you, wow, Jesus, holy fucking word. As you look around this cup, you finished it. You look under, you check some of the markings. You swear that this is some original fancy. You are suddenly. You feel like this is worth some actual money. You have the desire to try and buy it off of the Griffin. You're not.
Go ahead. Yes.
This looks like some traditional ceramic ware that would have been used in old-fashioned tea ceremonies. Yes.
May I buy this cup from you?
The Griffin just gives you an odd look. Yeah? Do you want the saucer too?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay. Hang on.
What the fuck are we doing here, Moon?
The Griffin just looks at you with this utterly bemused and perplexed statement. I tell you, all your friends have been very good and good patrons. I'll 20, 25 caps.
Chifundo will nod, reach into his bag, and hands over 30.
The Griffin takes them, pockets them, and thanks you for your purchase, and then reaches under the bar and pours himself a shot. He also asks if you'd like any more tea in your fine cup.
Yes, please.
He gives you another cup of tea on the house. Because right now the Griffin is as confused as the GM.
I'm the player.
Wow. Okay.
Moving on before Roll20 can do any other thing else.
All right. So Mythic, you watch Chifundo sit down and absolutely lose his shit over this just regular-looking teacup. But what do you know? You're just a unicorn.
I'm sure it has some sort of spiritual significance. It must. There's no other explanation for why Chifundo would want a teacup and a saucer that looks over with my 50 with like the 50 barter roll that I got. It can't be all that expensive. I'm sure it'll be fine. He'll kind of wave at the Griffin and he'll go ahead and order pancakes too, because you know what, pancakes sound really good. Not what I'm staring at Sunrise eating hers, but you know.
The cry is uttered, the order received. Within a few moments, there are pancakes for you.
Dude, I just want 2 pancakes, and Mythic is just gonna eat his pancakes normally. As if yesterday wasn't enough, he's going to have to process all of this. It is too early in the morning for this. He will look over at the 3 and go, so how was you 3's morning so far?
woke up after Sonny, burnt the coffee, and, well, anything more than that's sharing.
I took a shower, saw an iota, and then I required a second shower. Now I'm eating pancakes. She shoves an entire pancake into her mouth.
There is this grinding, popping noise as her jaw opens up. As her jaw opens up an extra couple of inches to allow the pancake to completely pass into her mouth. The jaw snaps back up into the place as she lets out a mighty chew, proceeding to effectively swallow the entire pancake bowl as whole. There is a notable distension as it forces her way down, but Sunrise seems completely unfazed by this.
As she unhinges her jaw, get it, eats it, there's just this visible flinch from him. He just kind of, his ears lay back, he kind of flinches back a little bit, and he just kind of slowly points at her. Is that okay? Are you okay? Is your mouth supposed to do that?
I have to make sure I take
I
notes.
know! Shut up, I'm checking on you!
Sunrise looks at him. What are you talking about? As she chews on the pancake. Pancake.
He just kind of gestures at her. The unhinging thing. I'm pretty sure that's why jaw is not so. You know what? All right. Never mind. Pardon me. It's early in the morning. I'm just going to stuff myself full of pancake.
I really like pancakes.
Parker, Terrell. Chipper, how about you? How's your morning so far? Pardon me. How's your morning so far? Trying desperately not to think about what's going on beside him right now.
Are you all
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. He went AFK. My bad. -1 sanity.
You rolled the willpower, you failed the willpower.
He's back.
I'm back.
So, as he's trying desperately not to think about what's going on with Sunrise right beside him, he'll look over at Defundo and ask him, "So, Defundo, how's your..." Pardon me, sorry about that. Defundo, how was your morning today?
My morning is fantastic. I just found this absolutely wonderful teacup.
Is there anything special about that teacup? You seem quite enthused about it.
Just look at it. It is a magnificent teacup.
Do we have an image for this teacup, or what are we going with?
Hold on, I'll find it.
Isn't one of the teacups in Beauty and the Beast chipped?
Yes.
The teacup's name is literally Chip.
There we go.
It's not Chip. I'm not ripping off Beauty and the Beast. It is not an alive teacup. There are no spirits of teacup. The only thing
What is that?
I will
You forget.
fight you from across the pond.
There is past life.
Just kind of look over, squint at it a little bit. All right, I suppose I admit it. It does look like quite a nice teacup. Shame it's chipped.
But does that not add to the character of the teacup?
You know, I'm going to give that one to you. You do have a point. It does add a certain charm to it. I bet with a little cleaning, a little bit of polish, maybe a brush paint.
There you go, Moon. Try that one.
Hi! This bag of hugs for $5. Hold!
And Chifundo put googly eyes on the
Looked after,
teacup.
This teacup will be fantastic and last me such a long time.
I almost feel cheated having gotten the coffee. The coffee's so good, and I don't think anything will ever hold up to that coffee that old stallion had.
Also, whoever just tipped, no, we are not putting googly eyes on everything.
Want to bet?
Hey, if we're putting googly eyes on this teacup, it's getting a fucking spirit.
I actually, I think I've got it.
Those are words I'm not sure if I'm pleased upon hearing.
All right, I can't find. Yeah, I can't find some magically impressive teacup.
Look at the last one.
Yeah. No, I see it. It's great. I can't find a teacup that looks like it was created by a mad monk or something. Not the point. Point of the fact remains, you know what? That's good. That looks good. That's effectively what Chifundo sees. What the rest of you see is the simplistic and very mild-mannered teacup that just has a very minor artistic chip.
Oh,
God.
Well, you seem quite happy with that teacup, and you know what? That's good. You just keep being you. Sips coffee, takes a bite of pancake.
I'm sorry. Roll 20. Why?
I'm scared.
Sometimes the players make the stories. Sometimes the dice make the stories.
And sometimes the player and the GM both look at the dice and blink.
You know what? So, Mythic, you watch all this shenaniganry unfold. You continue to shove pancakes in your mouth. Are you just going to continue to shove pancakes in your mouth?
Yep. The only thing that can help him forget the horror of watching Sunrise's jaw unhinge is pancakes and coffee and Chifundo being happy about his teacup.
They do help.
There's days. I don't know.
Mina. As you and Bob help make orders, it's pretty calm back there.
Mina will excuse herself from Bob and say thank you, and she will float up a coffee cup and clean it out with a cloth as she walks forward to the other side of the bar that they're sitting on.
The Griffin comes around and just fills your coffee cup, putting it back into place.
She nods. So then she grabs the tea cup that Chifundo has with her TK, looks at it, goes, "Oh, nice. You know, I could go through maybe a dozen or so buildings and find dozens of coffee cups that are indestructible."
Yes, but this teacup, is it not absolutely perfect?
No. It's got a chip out of it.
But that adds to the charm, to the character of the cup, does it not? I'm just looking for... He's going to write all this!
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's a... What's that skill again?
Uh-huh!
What's the skill that I roll for that?
Disbelief.
No. Is there an appraisal skill? I don't even see one.
Barter.
Oh yeah, this should be really good.
You are one less point than I am. Roll 6 over. That's funny.
It's okay, I guess. If you like teacups, I guess.
I don't know. I say it's got its charm.
Yes, thank you, Mythic. Thank you. It is a very charming teacup with a very artistic chip.
So, we gonna deal with some raider problem I had?
That's what I was under the impression.
I sure hope so. Although, this Sunrise, did you ever finish that armor?
Yeah, it's upstairs. I stayed up extra late to finish it. Sips coffee, eats last pancake.
I don't know how much trouble we're going to be in with this. But yes, I should hope that we are going to solve that today. I've been kind of preparing myself for it.
So, what do we know? Do we know anything, or are we just going to go into this blind?
We don't know anything, and the locals are basically saying they're just raiders. I have a distinct impression they're probably not just raiders.
I'd like to solve it peacefully if we can, but I'm ready for trouble. Might just need somebody to knock their heads around a little bit, knock some sense into them.
Well, from the information I seem to have gathered, they seem to be more wayward youths than actual raiders.
Yep. I'm beginning to think this is just conveniently labeling them raiders so they don't have to do anything about it.
I'm trying to remember, Moon. Did we get any? What information did we get in the way of leads as to locate them?
The information that you got was that it was a local group of raiders, but that were around here. The pony who gave it to you mentioned them being, a lot of young kids, a little bit wayward, but the orders, I believe, were amended from a bring in dead or alive, the alive part was crossed out.
I found the actual note I made, so that's...
Oh, perfect.
Naoto will put his hoof to his chin and crack his neck about 3 times. And just make sure that his hooves are in good shape before looking at everybody else. Well, if somebody needs sense knocked into them, I can pull my punches.
Naoto, you have been going extremely out of your way to take people alive for a very long time, and I'm very proud of you. Any time that you feel the need to not pull your punches would require more explanation than you feeling the need to pull your punches. Coffee is delicious, by the way.
I mean, thank the Griffin. He's the one that made it. Or was it Bob?
Griffin looks back. Bob and I both make it. We both know how to make it.
Oh, thanks. It's good. Better than what I tried to make this morning.
Bob kind of hollers out.
Sips.
I made the recipe. Griffin made the coffee.
Oh, it was quite the treat. Thank you.
No problem. You like pancakes?
Pancakes are great.
Awesome. I ground up extra pan and put them in. It's just a problem. Don't mind me.
His mouth is just like halfway to opening right as soon as he said ground up extra pan, but then it just kind of closes and he just kind of gives that nervous chuckle.
I should also mention that as this Earth Pony steps out, it is tall. He stands. The Griffin comes up to his shoulder. This is a very tall, large frame, but he's not exactly bulky. Nyota could still probably out hoof wrestle him, but he can definitely reach all of the things on the top shelves.
Is that
When he makes the joke about Pan and the pancakes, Mina will hold out a hoof for hoof bump.
He returns it.
One always must have good humor when in the kitchen.
Yeah. Gotta be laughing. Otherwise the kitchen's a hellhole.
So, do we know where these raiders are at?
Yeah, apparently there was some locations in the information we were given.
The fry cook kind of turns. Y'all's going after the raiders.
Well, we'd like to find out who they are. Seems that maybe these raiders are not quite so raidery.
One of you who is not medicinal because he's off cavorting with his Hayes' Angels. One of the 5 of you who's at the bar, give me a negotiation.
Fair enough.
He lingers around a little bit longer, listening to a lot of you talk. Y'all kids got a game plan?
Well, that's part of what we're discussing here.
Sneak in and bust heads until somebody listens.
Where are they camped up at? What's the locales look like?
It's not a bad plan. They're located somewhere in the woods. They've taken advantage of the lake growth, built themselves a little camp. Old Bob happens to be friends with just about everybody in this town. Everybody wants to be friends with the person who's making the food, you know what I mean? But sorry, old Bob needs smoke. I'm gonna have to head outside in a moment. But he looks over at the Griffin. Yo, Zerg, I'm taking the 5. Griffin turns back and just squawks at him more nonchalantly than when he was taking people's orders. The ghoul steps out from behind the bar, pulls out a pack of cigarettes, and just makes himself off to the side where the smoke will billow out, but where he can still talk to a lot of you. As far as I know, it's mostly some of the young kids trying to make things of themselves, trying to be big tough stallions and bears and dumb kids trying to do things. But recently heard Bob heard tales of there being they got some kind of structure, someone teaching them how to shoot, how to fight. Good stuff, not bad stuff, but good stuff. No. But the thing, yeah, you be careful. Is you gotta lead. Is what I'm trying to say. Is someone organizing.
Is somebody whistling?
Yes, you heard that. That was so inaccurate.
Okay.
Okay.
Sunrise raises an eyebrow.
So, we sneak in. Nyota knocks out the leader, and hopefully the rest fall in line.
So business as usual.
Unless we want to try a direct challenge.
Oh, so you'll be the distraction.
So we walk in. So Sunrise says hi, and if it goes back, Nyota jumps out the shadows and knocks out the leader.
Use it first. If it goes bad, somebody shoots Sunrise.
Nyota,
I'm just saying.
How did it go in Las Pegasus again?
I have to hear.
Every single one of us told Sunrise not to bother. She decided to walk up and say hi anyway, and then we ended up doing our best to wipe them all out.
You missed the part where they didn't like the idea and shot at her repeatedly. She's still here.
So be ready to cover her when she inevitably walks up and tries to say hi. Got it.
I think we want her to say hi this time.
He's got a good plan, but you got something useful, something well formed out. That sounds like a really good plan. You're doing good. Sneaking in, it's dragging me over.
Okay, Boomhauer.
Wow.
Look, not every ghoul is going to be someone who's chain smoked for 180 years.
No, this one just sounds like you took one too many to the head.
There is in fact a spot where the skull split open a bit. It's covered with gauze, but y'all have been injured enough that you can spot a cranial wound from 100 paces.
Spot one. I think Nyota's treated a few.
On himself, no less.
Like I said, y'all can spot a cranial wound from 100 paces.
Yeah, as far as plans go, that's about as good as we can expect, at least until we get a full view of the situation.
I was going to go further and suggest we make an example of their leader. It's just a bunch of young mares and stallions. If we make an example of their leader and show off, they may not exactly be the way. I just win it back over nice and peacefully without too many unnecessary deaths.
Alright, so we do this the normal way. We get fully armored up, we prepare for the absolute worst, and then we try to talk to them. We figure out why the town doesn't like them, and figure out if they actually are raiders, or if they're just misguided and require some diplomatic compromise between themselves and the town.
Well, Chief, I like that plan. Shall we?
Chifundo nods and heads off to grab his rifles.
Sunrise heads upstairs, comes back down with medicinal haze and Mythic's armor. Walks up to Mythic, hands him his newly modified armor, then walks over to the medicinal haze, smiles. Don't let me interrupt, I'm just here to deliver this. And then goes back over to the bar to finish breakfast.
He'll look over his armor kind of in an interested way. Not quite sure about the black paint, but it does look kind of nice as he just kind of slowly starts putting it on, testing it out. Oh, that's fun stuff. And you did all this yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry, did you say something to me?
Okay, I thought everyone did.
I wasn't sure who that was addressed to.
I believe that was addressed to Sunrise.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Was addressed to Sunrise?
He'll take the armor that Sunrise offers him. He'll kind of look it over, try it on, put it on, try it out, etc., and he'll kind of look over to her. You don't know this yourself.
Can you say that in words I can understand over the microphone?
You did all of this yourself?
Yes. A little work with a plasma torch, some bits of leather that I had to buy, and scrap metal and elbow grease.
Damn, I know a few Smiths back home that would kill to have this kind of talent.
I mean, I worked in my dad's shop before the war. A lot. He showed me a lot of tricks. From there, it's just being creative. I would assume creative like you're creative with spells sometimes. She blinks a few times, starting to wake up. There's the coffee.
That caffeine finally kicking in for you?
Have you ever been backhanded by caffeine?
Yes.
It's a very similar sensation to the last time. This is strong coffee.
Yep, I'm wide awake now.
And I am out of bread. Make silly banter for a minute.
Well, thanks for the armor. Your father sounds quite nice. Shame I couldn't beat him.
Sunrise gets real quiet.
Naota reaches over and puts a hoof on her shoulder.
Yeah. Careful.
I just trotted right into the minefield, didn't I?
You, belly flopped on the anti-tank mine.
Quite sorry.
Dear, do be polite.
It's not your fault. I failed, and at some point that I don't even remember how I failed him, and he's gone now. And I exclusively blame myself for that failure because we went looking for him for almost 3 straight months before we found out that we were too late from the start.
I'm sorry. Can't say I completely understand how that feels, but I know somewhat how that feels.
Mita's going to introduce something that the rest of us are quite aware of to Mythic. She's going to shove a hoof in his mouth.
Hoof in mouth. Look at that.
So, Moon, what does Mina's hoof taste like?
Sunrise actually grins at this.
Does Mina's hoof taste of all the colours?
Right now, it just currently tastes of you can essentially taste all of the different meals that had been cooked in the past hour and a half on that hoof. At the same point in time, there seems to be the perpetual cloying taste of Medex mixed with just a little bit of good tobacco smoke. All in all, not the worst hoof you've ever had shoved in your mouth.
Yeah, no, that would probably just be his own.
There's also an odd minty taste. You're really not sure where that comes from. It's not one of those questions your brain wants to try and process. But it'll cost sanity.
He'll kind of look a little surprised at her shoving her hoof in his mouth before he just kind of works.
It's all right. Sometimes someone just needs to remind you to what's that word? Oh yeah, shut the hell up.
With love, shut your face. There's the sound. There's the sound of hoof bumps from the back of the room. That was a good one, Artie.
Well, now,
are they just a pair of bros running the bar at the minute?
Oh no, that was from the neighbors in the back near Medicinal Haze.
No. Bros? No. I am utterly convinced the 2 griffins are gay lovers.
Well,
It's
it's
a Griffin and
a phony ghoul.
I'm convinced they're gay lovers.
Why are you convinced they're gay lovers? Is it just your gay brain?
No, it is not just my gay brain, okay?
They touched hooves. It must be love.
The way that the way he has acted towards all of us, and the way he just acts completely differently towards the cook in such a manner that's definitely not even friendship or understanding. That is the Griffin going, yeah, honey, whatever.
Could always just be a bromance.
That is like a super hardcore bromance.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen a male yandere?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Or, sorry, not male yandere, male tsundere, where they're just assholes to everyone, and except for that one person they care about. When the anime has progressed a few seasons.
I somehow know what you're talking about.
The Griffin, the male tsundere. Go ahead. Ask the Griffin about his love life. I have a story prepared. I fucking dare you. I have been running backstories for different things I spent basically the last week finding names, running backstories, plotting plot, putting down tracks of world in my mind. My brain hurts. Go ahead.
The chat is shipping the Griffin and the Earth Pony Ghoul.
Somebody mentioned shit, and the chat is just going nuts.
I
told you,
Do you
it
dare
wasn't
me?
just me.
Do you dare me? He'll do it. If he fails a willpower check, he'll do
They're
it.
shipping the friendship, you word twisty bitch. They're
So, how'd you two meet?
shipping them. The Griffin looks over them, turns around, a smile on his face. I met Bob a good. Oi, bastard! How many years has it been now? In about 20 years back there. Hey, Bob's been working in this shop of mine for 20 years now. We've known each other forever. He helped me raise one of my kids after the missus died. He's my best mate. I'd take a bullet for that son of a bitch.
Sunrise blinks a few times. Are they bros or?
This man, he is a hatchling. He is a hatchmate to me.
They're brothers. Brothers in arms. Brothers in kitchen and brothers in pants. How does that work?
Chifundo will walk back. Will probably come back down around this point with his rifles stowed down each side of him. No, they are brothers in the way that myself and Sunrise are brother and sister. There is a shared experience that can never be ignored. They have found theirs in their lives in this town.
I can envy that kind of relationship.
That fucking word. The ghoul comes over, extends his hoof. The griffin extends out his claw and grasps the hoof. They shake for a moment and lock eyes. It's clear that the two of them would die for one another. It's one of those friendships that only a war in Wasteland can forge.
Husband and Armstrong.
Well, we're all set. Shall we be on our way?
Go get him.
Yep. Let me go get armored up. Sunrise prances upstairs now. She's not even dragging her feet. The coffee is definitely kicked in. And then prances back downstairs. Only on the way back downstairs, it's more like thunk, 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 thunk.
So Hayes would look over the armor, go, "Oh, you added a layer of Starnight plate. That's pretty clever." And puts it back on.
The three mayors look over to Sunrise as she gives the armor to Hayes. Hi, Sunrise. Hey, Sunrise. Hey, little green, what's up?
What?
The three mayors, who are seated around a medicinal haze, look over and wave to Sunrise.
The first two say, "Hey, Sunrise." The last one, the little bat, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's the Earth Pony.
Ah, the Earth Pony says, "Hey, little green, what's up?"
I think I'll call you Little Green. My name is Dende.
Little Green.
Sunrise blinks a few times. My name is Sunrise. But okay. Hi. We're gonna go take care of raiders? Question mark? I'm just weirded out at the fact all three of you remembered my name.
They look to one another and back over at you. Shorty speaks out. Why would we forget your name? You're heading out with Hayes. I mean, names are important. Names have meaning. Or he chimes up, yo, yeah, and besides, I mean, you remember the name that you're given, the name that you're told. Well, really, I mean, there's a couple people who know my actual name, but everyone just calls me Artie. You're Sunrise. You don't really look like a sunrise. I figured you'd be more of like a hunter green or something, but whatever.
I used to be all white.
So why would you call yourself Sunrise? Wouldn't you just name yourself like Surrender or something? Because all white.
Oh!
She pauses, takes in a breath, and my hair used to be all red and my tail used to be all orange.
The cedar pops up and she goes, combustible. Gotcha.
Yeah, my full name is Wandering Sunrise.
There's a chorus of O's from the three of them, and they just kind of nod. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Less combustible and more volatile.
They all chuckle.
It's nice to meet you. I will make sure I keep Medicinal Haze in good hooves, and you will see him again.
That'd be nice.
Wow, writing checks the Wasteland's probably not going to let you cash.
Yeah, somehow or another I can see Minas in the background just shaking her head going, no.
The three of them look. Do you actually say that, Nyota, or?
Look, we all know how dangerous the Wasteland is. We'll do our best to keep him as safe as we can.
The three of them nod, and Cedar looks up. We know how dangerous it is. We all met in a slave wagon.
Right.
He's got us out of there. Trust me, if anything, you're in safe hooves because he's with you.
Nyota nods and gives a little bit of a shrug. It's clear he's got more medical knowledge than I do.
Artie proceeds to punctuate this by lifting up the leg that Medicinal Haze sewed back on.
I wasn't challenging that. As a matter of fact, I was accepting that.
It's more the fact that I can only say who was doing what one thing at a time.
Yes. Whatever we can do to make sure that he gets back in some state, we will do. Hopefully as safe as we can make it.
It's now Nyota's turn to receive a hoof in mouth from Chifundo. There comes a time
Nyota will recoil
further
and just like, okay, I get it.
There comes a time when more explanation just confuses matters.
He was just kind of, well, that, that kind of how things go in the wasteland.
They all nod understandingly. All jokes and banter aside, they all understand the severity of waking up each morning.
Mm-hmm.
All three of them wish you the best and your hope for a safe return. And that they plan to stay here for about a month, gather up what caps they can, and set out on their quest for adventure.
Well, I still like the idea of you heading south to this Silverfang place they pointed out, where they got sounds like they got a good unicorn dock that'll fix your eye and fix your leg better than I could with his magic.
Shorty kind of whines, but I like having battle scars.
Oh, he'll leave the scar part on. He'll just make it work good.
I would be okay with that.
But I also know you mentioned going after Ironsides, but honestly, I don't think if he wanted somebody to go with him, I think he would have stayed and found somebody to go with. He struck off on his own.
Artie kind of frowns. I know, and I know he said he'd be okay, but I worry about that pony. He was in a dark place when they picked him up, and he only got more and more violent by the day. He just got real quiet one day, didn't say anything, just started working out.
No, he didn't say much, but I half expect he was a regulator.
No, actually, he mentioned something one
Well, that's
time.
right. He mentioned he had been a slave to somebody else. But regardless, if you want to go after him, when I last saw him, he was going that direction.
All right. Well, be safe. Be well.
I will. You guys do the same.
They all move to give you a hug and then continue eating their breakfast.
Yep. With that, Hazel, go and get packed up himself.
Okay, so everyone is going off to get ready and go get dressed for the murder gala. All right, everyone goes and gets dressed and ready for the murder gala. You have put your armor. You've put one on. It's been like 2 hours, so it's right around noon. 11 noon. So you're just heading, or you're hooking up. Got the wagon you had. You're hooking it up to someone. You're just heading back out there. I know, sadly, you're not taking the rainbow mohawk bacon scent, the applewood smoked bacon wood, fucking mustachioed wagon. But are you taking the other one with you, or are you leaving that here?
I thought we were just looking for wherever this group's camped.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I'm more asking for because I've got to move tokens.
I mean, for me, I figured we would just move as a regular group, and once we've done the raider thing, we come back and sort out the aftermath and head on off.
Okay. That's fine. Whoever is going to be leading, I need a survival roll.
Normally that would be Nyota, I presume.
I've worked with the government for 10 years. I assume nothing.
Fair.
Oh, God, it's been like 12 years at this point.
Yeah, Naoto will get prepped and do his best to lead the way, checking for any sort of tracks or trails that group might have left.
I think Moon's looking for a survivalism from whoever's leading.
That is correct. Good job. Alright, that's enough to find old tracks.
Okay, first question: why are there two Chifundos? Second question: where everybody? Where'd Moon warp us to?
Well, one Chifundo is the original Chifundo token I had.
I didn't warp any of you anywhere. First question. All I did was move the tokens into a single pile so they weren't cluttering up the mapway. Because we are using for the moment the piece of fan art that Odin drew because I just love to look at it. It's so good. It has a rainbow mohawk.
Okay, that's fair.
And as last I knew, a lot of you are making trails and heading to try and figure out where the camp is.
Yep.
So the tracks lead up and mostly over towards the west. They cross some of the old broken rail line. Myota, give me a D.
A D.
Doing numbers, hold on. Maybe 10.
That'll be a 5.
Alright. Give me a perception check, please. +1.
That's a nat 1.
Hey, the dice don't seem to be as angry at you right now. As you're leading the group across the plains, around the tracks you can see there. I need to pull out. They appear to be these large vulture-y things. They're partly machine, partly bird. They seem to just be attacking the train tracks. It's a bit hard to tell from here exactly what they're doing, as there are lots of sparks and what is unmistakably some kind of mechanical chop saw or something. A lot of sparks, a lot of chopping, some strange mechanical squawing noises. But there's a decent flock of them. Maybe 8, maybe 12. You're about a kilometer from them at this moment.
Yeah, whoever's whistling in the background is really distracting.
Yeah, I don't know where it's coming from.
That is vital. I told her to stop. I had just kind of gotten used to it. She apologizes.
We love you, Vital. I miss you.
Hi, Vital.
No, we'll pull back to the rest of the group and let them know what he's seen, and look to everybody else. How do you want to move forward on this? I mean, they're busting up the railroad tracks.
Can I identify what kind of birds they are or were or are emulating?
I'm sorry, can you say that again? I didn't hear you at all, Chifundo.
Am I able to work out what form the birds are? You know, what species the birds are or should be or were or...
Give me, roll me a survival check at a -40. And also, I found out she had, we all lived together. She had 3 hours into a 10-hour loop if we all lived together, so. Context, yeah.
That would be a no, but no criticals this time.
Oh, good. No more exploding dice. Yeah, it's a sea of oddly strewn black feathers. If you didn't know better, you'd say, these are probably crows, except for the fact that these are about 5 times the size of a crow.
Oh, okay. What even are they?
Am I allowed to take the same kind of roll? Just out of curiosity.
Sure, he failed.
A little better, still no.
Really?
That was just dangling it in front of us now.
I just want to remind you that technically I failed by less than both of you, and both of you have 10 times my survival rating.
Oh no, that's survivalism -40.
I'm sorry, did I miss that you wanted one from everybody?
I originally asked the question.
Okay.
Damn, Nyota!
Okay, hang on. Everyone, stop rolling. Please, stop rolling. You're angering Roll20.
No, we're cleaning out the dice bot.
I passed mine.
I'll reset it a bit. Okay, so, medicinal. You would not have the -40 even if you did roll. Those are cyber animals. It's... As you take a little bit of a closer glint, there are odd bits of machine. Something that, whoever, oh yeah, Nyota with the nat 1 on the perception, had seen the bits of metal that were hewed to them. But you're a cyber surgeon. This is your bread and butter. That said, you still don't really know what they are, but you at least have a better idea of what you're dealing with.
Huh, that's interesting. Who graphs cybernetics to random animal?
Sunrise has a sudden big think. That's how they took those pictures.
Pictures?
She looks at Iota. From yellow sign. No one could have been in position to take those pictures. We would have noticed. But a bird? Would we have noticed a bird? Much less the fact that there was a bird that had poop so toxic that it literally rotted out Martini's eye. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, it makes sense, but why would they bother? Unless they're getting some sort of vicarious thrill out of it. Seems odd that they wouldn't just keep track of us instead of, well, those kind of pictures.
Well, remember we have been shaping the wasteland. We also made enemies in the Enclave.
But it seems to me if the Enclave knew where you were, they'd be sending a raptor or something after you.
Well, no.
Smirks.
They tried that before. That raptor is going to be in dry dock for about a decade.
Oh. Nice.
However, if they wanted us to do something in particular and were trying to motivate us to do it while monitoring to make sure we did it, this makes the most sense.
And yet they've not made a demand of us.
Yeah, I don't think they would go to the effort of trying to capture you and then go to this level. This just doesn't make sense.
So, what exactly are we doing about these things? I can't say I like them.
I mean, is there anything we can do about them except maybe let the town know?
No?
We could hack them down right here, right now. But
Well-
that's just the obvious answer.
Looks around, and last time I checked, only a couple of us have flight talisman left.
Well, we have my flight beanie thing, but that would be required full time.
So as the lot of you sit and talk, one of them turns around, squawks a bit. It seems to be flapping a bit with its wings. It turns back to one of the other.
Do I recognize agitation?
It does not seem like agitation.
Okay.
The movements are so. Fucking flourish as a puzzle applies, but only a little. You can read their movements a bit, but you know that you cannot calm them down.
No, that makes sense. That entirely makes sense. That's
But the movements are stiff, jerky, very robotic. But no, what you sense is more intrigue and confusion.
We may not want to hang around here for too long. I think they may try to investigate us soon.
Well, if we capture or kill one, there's a possibility I could tell something from their cybernetics.
I might could trap them in an orb.
But the thought that comes to my mind is if you're right that these things were following us, there might be something about that town that kept them from tracking you. So now that they've found you,
But what were they doing to the equestrian rails before we arrived?
I think someone was hunting birds and they found out these birds weren't edible.
Have we got any better view of what they were up to, Moon?
Hang on, I'm just changing the cell size on something.
Okay.
So I think Moon just pulled just literally pulled part of Fallout 4 out of his hat, where the birds spy on you all the time.
Mm-hmm.
This is also proof positive that you can shoot ravens in Fallout 4 and walk up to them and they'll have synth parts in them. I'm not even kidding, that's a thing.
Assuming it lets you shoot them.
I just said if you shoot them and walk up and loot them, they'll have synth parts in them.
I tried to shoot like a bunch of ravens and it never like connect. I wasted an entire clip trying to shoot one and it would never connect despite clearly hitting it. Yes, those words made sense. I blame Bethesda.
Everyone give me another initiative roll.
You find that incredibly difficult because I see
Just in case. What? Why? What?
I just see a big blackboard.
It is the black screen of death.
I mean, I can roll it, but you'll have to put it up on the board. Because I can't see anything. Oh.
Sorry, Fog of War was auto on Batman.
Fair enough.
This is...
Yeah, hold on, you'll be scaled up in a moment.
Okay. I was just commenting this is strangely entertaining.
What, giant train, or?
Yeah, giant motherfucking train.
There are no brains on this train. Also, there's 4. I'm missing 2 others.
That
would... party. Hey, it is just hitting the 0 hour. If everyone wants, if we want to take a quick break here so I can set up, everyone can get refreshments and whatnot.
Sure.
Just not sitting here with dead air.
I'm down with the break.
Yeah, I could use some extra water, a little extra coffee, and a snack.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Fuck me.
I mean, sure.
come from, but not from how far. A journey so ruthless, I still bear the scars. And what matters ain't that the world saw its end, but what kind of life we will spend.
I'm trying to be better, but still miss the mark. And each time I save you, I'm left in the dark. No,
When you're in trouble, I'll be by your side. My love for you ain't gonna hide. And stop returning. A penance unpaid and a body left laid, but inside the fire keeps burning.
Still death is calling. The rivers run dry neath a blackened out sky, and all the dead trees are falling. Every new day in the creatures we face will see equal judgment, our mercy or grace. Decision is needed for those who survive of whether you'll be left alive.
And all bloody work for a hope that we hold, of past golden age and its story still told. And what sacred virtues we're able to heed, to bring back to those who are in need.
The future is daunting. It's going to be shaped by the choices we make, and those of the ghosts that are haunting.
And hope's worth preserving. While near and so far, all the angels there are must help bring a peace that's deserving.
Do, 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 do.
Do 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 do.
So when I change the image for my character sheet, it changes the token. Do I have to do something else to make it hook up? Because it's not reflecting on the token.
You have to place a fresh token down.
Okay.
That's why there was 2 Chifundos on the main map.
I swear to God, if I walk into a room and there's 2 Chifundos, I'm just going to stare and go, which one do we shoot?
The one that doesn't speak in rhyme.
What if they both speak in rhyme, and one speaks better?
We shoot the one that speaks better.
No, we can't shoot Forest.
That's when you shoot them both and let the spirits sort them out.
That's That's another thing. We could just check to see which one has the spirit of lust.
Or you shoot them both and see which one recombulates.
Yeah, but then there's no guarantee we get Chifundo back.
But you need to find the control unit.
You say that like Moon is going to give it to them that easily.
Which one of you is the real Chifundo?
That's the thing. There is no real Chifundo.
And I'm back. Sorry about that, guys.
The real Chifundo died when you put him in the box.
This has all just been an elaborate trap.
I mean, he is the most elaborate trap, so yeah.
I'm back.
You fools! You thought it was Chifundo, but it was I, Dio!
I swear to God, if Dio comes out of the box, just shoot him.
You and I both know that doesn't work.
You do know somebody is now thinking of submitting a character based on that, don't you?
I can tell you how to make Dio, too. Hilarious. One trick stasis.
No.
Actually, one trick stasis is kind of a scary idea.
Let's not bring that up.
You know, one of these days I need to go back. I need to run the numbers on a one trick versus a magical singularity build. Because I feel like one trick is actually really underwhelming now.
Sorry,
I have a question. What if we just drop Chifundo off in the mirror pool?
Sorry, what?
What if we drop Chifundo off in the mirror pool for like 2 days?
You would have to find it?
Well, we know it's in the Everfree Forest, as players we do.
Sunrise?
Yes.
Do you want to put that many Chifundos in the same room, knowing that one of them has a spirit of lust?
We could bring if we put all of them in one room and got them to meditate, or if we put them all over Equestria and got them to meditate, we would get light back into the wasteland.
Let's.
I suspect that may be something akin to a Pinkie Pie tearing a hole in fabric in space and time moment.
What?
So if Scopolamina gets her one trick potency over 100, can she yeet a battleship?
I've actually dealt with a character like that. Yes. Shade's an asshole.
So we go from dumpster waifu to battleship waifu?
You just want to yeet the Texas and bring it along, don't you? I mean, that's the ultimate in how do we make our guns reach the artillery emplacement.
No, sorry. More than anything, I was trying to think, like, can you get a potency of 100? Oh, no, yeah, you can. You can get it up to, like, 26 base. Bullshit. But, okay. I don't know. I'm not sure I actually want to contemplate the sheer amount of fuckery that could happen. If I had to deal with potency of 100, I might just fold. I don't think I'm skilled enough to deal with, okay, so I TK it. Okay. Oh, hey, we need to make some money. I'm going to turn this coal into diamond.
That would take calculated craft.
Armor. TK, okay. Like, you're just, no, at that point in time, your bitch ass is just gonna weaponize small black holes. I'm done. I would throw it.
If you have 100, you don't actually have to lift up anything large and throw it. You just, like, take the pony and squeeze them until they're mush.
You would just take small pockets of air, crush them into miniature black holes, and flick them.
Hey, look, that building's in the way. Yeet. Not anymore.
Too small. With that level of TK, she could probably move the planet closer to the sun to burn through the cloud layer.
Actually, this brings up an important question that I wanted to address. Can TK...
No, you wouldn't be able, she doesn't have enough range on TK. Sorry, you were saying?
Can TK be used to affect light photons?
Please don't bring particle physics into this.
Well,
just be glad she's stopping at particle physics.
Also, everyone keeps thinking big. Oh, you can lift up a building. Oh, you can lift up this. Actually, just TK with fine manipulation and enough strength, you just simply reach into somebody's chest and stop their heart.
I'm not going to say that it would be impossible to manipulate a quark with fine telekinetic precision, because I know that's where you're eventually trying to get to. What I'm saying is that the ability to do something like that died with the world.
I just want to know.
He said the one trick one day, and then the one trick said, nah.
I just wanted to know if she could use her TK to gather up enough light photons to turn into a laser beam to shoot at people.
Here's the scary one. With potency 100, is her TK strong enough to cause a fusion reaction?
Yes.
Yes.
Then she doesn't need to gather photons. She just needs to bend the output of the fusion reaction at whatever's looking at her.
Anyway, murder crows. Yes, let's go back to the murder crows.
You mean the crows that we're going to murder?
Same
The
difference.
murder of crows that were about to murder. Shit, where's the crow mauler?
I activate my pip book to see what it shows the crows as if I target them.
You are out of range.
I can see them, can't I?
Yes, it's a far field. The pit buck's range is not range of sight.
Aww.
What is the pit book's range anyway?
I believe it is 100 yards or something like that. It does not give you omnipotence. It is not bullshit super hyper goddamn fuck you magic. It is not a wand of fuck you GM. It is a field. It is aim assist. It is essentially Z targeting. But you need to actually face the thing or be near it to Z target it.
Its stuff is very, very weak. All cast at a potency and versatility of 1.
And every now and then, the Pitbuck will just, so apparently using a Pitbuck is just running the Ocarina of Time interface, because it will occasionally just listen at you.
That's fair.
Look out!
You may attempt... what would it be for you? Anyone may attempt, for further knowledge of them, anyone may attempt either a survival check at a -40, because you've never encountered these before, a survival check at a -40, or I'm gonna say hacking and matrix. again at a -4.
Are we allowed to re-roll the survivalism if we tried earlier?
And do those penalties apply to me with cybernetics expert?
You would only take a -20. And if you failed, yes, you would not. I thought you just failed the perception, not the survival.
No, I failed the survival.
We're having a bad day putting 2 and 7 together for some reason. Apparently because 7, 8, 9.
It doesn't matter. Between Hayes and Mina, the two of them are able to piece together that these are most likely some kind of, part organic, some kind of cyberized birds. It's difficult to ascertain what capabilities they might have from this far away, but considering that most of the aside from the fact that their feathers are very shiny, most of the clear robotic glint you've gotten has been from the legs. Well, and the beak, but that's just to be expected.
So, would these fit the definition needed for my robotics expert?
I am consulting the rules. Is that Yep. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that applies.
Okay. How close do I need to be to try to turn them off?
Within melee range.
Okay.
You do not have anything that would allow you to remotely deactivate these, and even then you would be outside of that range.
Okay. Pulls out his pip pad. Maybe I need a remote hacking module for this.
It tells you that the weather is cloudy and that the time is 4:43.
Oh, that's nice. Puts it away.
Anyone else going to try anything? Anyone else going to do anything?
This is outside of my field of expertise.
So, if these things turn hostile, anyone know where I'm best shooting them?
Would I have that knowledge?
Very much yes.
I would inform them. Well, if they're standard sized birds, anywhere.
I thought these were bigger.
Are they bigger?
Yes, that is the size they are from about a kilometer away.
Wait, that's the size they are from a kilometer?
No, sorry. That they need to be smaller than that. Sorry, Titano bird.
I'm looking up and going, shit, where are
Hey, Fee, do you want a tech RG? Because that's how you get tech RGs.
Okay, sorry. They're about yay small from a kilometer away. They're visible. Remember that most of that picture is background. They're visible, but not well.
Okay.
The two ones that have stepped forward that are a bit larger, they have moved forward from the pack. They are coming over to investigate.
Okay, then.
They are about 700 meters out.
Moon, question.
700 yards out. Sure, whatever. Yes.
Is there anywhere I can move to break eye contact?
There are some spots where you would be able to hide, but there aren't any, unless you... there are a couple of spots you could hide, but they're a bit farther out. You could move over to... There is some kind of fuel tank. You could move over behind that, but your best guess is that it's probably 500 yards out. It's a very open yard. You are... Head back real quick. You're currently crossing... this area right here. This is open. There is really nothing around.
Okay, figured I'd ask.
No. There are definitely places if you get creative, but this is not an area that was really designed for stealth in mind.
Well,
that said, they don't really... It's not that they haven't noticed you, it's that you can't tell if they even know what you are.
Hayes readies his rifle, and yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Anyone else taking readying action? You effectively have a... Well, not a surprise round, but effectively a prep round.
Mina will float up a dash inhaler, but not inject yet. Or inhale.
No, we'll just keep an eye on things.
Sunrise raises an eyebrow. Are we about to get attacked by a bunch of birds?
Chifundo will draw the battle rifle, but not set up in a shooting stance yet.
Mythical, ready to cast a barrier, either to encapsulate the birds or protect whoever might get swarmed. Yes, we are about to get murdered by a murderer of crows.
I do not know, Sunrise. I can kind of... I get hints of their body language, but with the machine, I can't say more than that. At the moment, they're curious.
Do I have a... Jafundo, if I shoot a shotgun blast in the air, you think it'll startle them off?
If they were regular birds, yes. Like this, I do not know. One of you more technology-minded ponies may have a better answer.
Okay. Sunrise cannot believe she's doing this. She walks towards the birds. Stops. Jafundo, any way you can translate, can I help you?
I can try. Maybe. Chifundo will try and indicate the question of, can we help you to the birds? Moon?
Sorry, I had to read something. Sunrise is your pit buck, actually.
Yes.
Okay.
Are the birds red or green or yellowish?
Alright, sounded like that fell.
It's fine.
Okay. So as the two of you start to walk closer, how far do you walk? Just until something happens, or?
Just far enough that I'm between the rest of the party and the birds.
I shouldn't have added those, are just separate roles. As the two of you walk closer, the two of them hop and flap closer. One of them, Chifundo, would be able to identify that under normal circumstances, this would be the bird rotating its head and moving its eyes to best get a group. Oh God, sorry, Destiny's. Sorry. Chifundo would be able to tell that it's, orienting its head, orienting its eyes, trying to get a glint of something. With its jerky movements, it's a bit difficult to make out, but it definitely seems to be interested in something on the two of you.
It would seem that that one is paying close attention to us.
Uh-huh. Suggestions? I've never had to dissuade birds.
My suggestion would be we go round.
I like that suggestion. Let's go around.
So we're just avoiding combat?
There's the problem that they'll keep up with us.
We do not even know if we are their quarry. We may be walking into something that is not intent on us.
Well, we already know we've got a job to deal with, so let's take the risk and just keep going. They haven't made any hostile movements towards us yet.
I would agree for now.
Sunrise moves to the other side of the tracks, so they're on their side of the. So Sunrise is on her side of the tracks, and the birds are on their side of the tracks, and then resumes following the trail Nyota mentioned.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we just move over to the side, if they want to go on, they'll go on. If not, they'll engage us.
These two continue to hop after a lot of you. They seem interested, and as Medicinal, did you turn your pet pad off or just stash it? So we don't really have an off button.
Yeah, he kind of just stashed.
Okay, yeah, that would be. Yeah, they'll the two that are on the ground that are flapping nearby. Go over to the other page. The two that are on. Nope. Yep. They take up into the sky, staying within eye shot of the two, staying within eye shot of the group. But waiting.
What about the rest of them?
Let's see. A few more of them join in, but the other half of them just seem to ignore. They continue going about chopping apart the train tracks.
They're chopping apart the train tracks.
They are chopping apart the train tracks.
That's not normal.
No, that's definitely not normal.
They don't seem to be chopping apart all of it. They seem to be going for the choicier bits. The control components, the switches, any place where there's just a surplus of metal or parts.
They're salvaging.
Yeah.
All right. Well, do we shoot them?
Let me try something. Hayes takes out the tablet that he has that is just the slaver's records. Kind of sets that in the middle of the train tracks, then steps back.
How far away from everyone do you set it?
200 yards.
Alright, hang on. Here. Alright. No. One. Alright, so you set that down and make your way back.
Yep.
How long do you wait?
20 minutes.
Okay. It takes about 3. They wait to make sure, or not 3. It takes about 2. They wait to make sure that nothing dicey is going to happen. And then the original one, the one that had been following you, makes its way down and lands. And from here, you can make out the fact that these are large. Not massive, not the size of a minotaur, not the size of a young dragon, but for a bird, these are about the size of a dog.
Vulture.
Maybe a little bit bigger.
Sorry, Moon, I couldn't quite catch that last bit.
They look like a vulture.
Okay.
It comes over, it hops around, examines the pit pad, hops to the other side, examines the pit pad.
Well, it's not the pit pad. He had the separate slate data storage thing.
Oh, right. The name pad thing. Right. Sorry, I forgot you had both of them. Okay, the data storage pad. The bird comes over, examines it a couple of times, pecks it with a beak, and there is just a light that illuminates from the screen. It seems it hit one of the buttons. It hops around, and whether or not it was intending to, it gives you a full view of what happens. Its chest cavity opens up slightly, and from a hollow recess, there are multiple tools that are produced. And it just proceeds to eviscerate this data pad. A small, fast, rotating circular saw makes precise and just rapid slices. A screwdriver begins pulling out any of the additional screws. A welding torch just begins slicing it apart. Within a minute, this data pad has been turned into just dust and scrap. The larger pieces the bird collects, the smaller pieces it ignores.
That's good to know.
It turns and starts hopping your way. The tools having receded back into its chest hollow.
Okay.
Definitely is only interested in scavenging, it seems.
Well, his kind of stands his ground for now.
Right. It moves about 50 yards closer.
Stand still.
Sorry, not 50, 40 yards closer. Anyone else doing anything?
No, I'm not doing anything, but I'm expecting everybody else to have weapons ready in case it attacks me.
That's what I'm saying. Is anyone else doing anything?
Still readying that barrier pop.
Sunrise goes. Do we start shooting?
Well, just wait. See if it attacks me.
Okay.
And as you speak of the devil, the bird proceeds to fly over and tries to attack you.
Okay.
And since you stood there and took it, it's going to get off a surprise round of attacks. And then go to its place in initiative, which is 9.5. Okay, where I can not type in the thing. Excellent.
All right.
It only gets 2. No. Do you have any innate dodge or penalty to be hit?
No.
Okay. Not a critical. So 3 hits.
Okay. What's the damage?
Hold on.
Now, do you apply DT and then DR?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So, yeah, let's say you had 20 DT, it would be 10 damage, 13 damage, and then 17 damage. And then you would apply that against your DR.
Okay.
Different.
So it hurt, which was both worrisome and humorous, as it appears that those claws could easily rend through flesh.
Okay. He's makes 13 points of damage.
Yeah, then top of the order.
Hayes will use... Okay. Since it's now in melee range, Hayes will use his robotics expert to try to turn it off. Hacking and Matrix.
Yes, remember that it is a 60 AP action. Do you have that much AP?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Shit. I am not sure if this is a simply it must beat endurance and then it is not turned off, but I would assume that this is essentially a save or die check. If it passes endurance, the disarm fails. If not, it'll double check.
Yeah.
Well, let me see if that even matters. Or I don't know. I've never actually dealt with someone who didn't look at a robot and go smash it.
Correction, he hasn't dealt with anybody that can look at a robot and go, I can do something other than smash this. So did you just like hit an off switch or?
I don't know, I'm asking them. Because I honestly don't know.
Well, how do you determine the DC of an opposed end check?
Whoever
Right.
has the most degrees of success.
Yeah.
So,
And at this point in time, they're tied close enough that I need to make sure that it's.
We've always rolled defender wins on a tie. Unless there's some other special circumstance I'm missing here.
No, I'm asking for future reference, but then, yeah, I suppose you go to flip the bird switch and you find that this one does not have an easily accessible off switch. The place that it would have an off switch seems to have a metal can that had been hammered flat and welded over it.
okay. So with that, I will use my remaining AP.
Yes, Nyota, I heard you make an and then trail off.
I didn't want to interrupt, but wouldn't 42 beat 40?
Which is why I'm trying to figure out if it's degrees of success or save or die, because of the way the thing is written. I honestly don't know. And Zen is responding to me.
Okay. I was just curious.
No, that's the thing. I don't know. I'm into unknown waters at this point in time. Okay. I will post this in general. Because I have never, in all of the years that I have dealt with this game, I have never actually run into a situation where a player is attempting to disarm or to shut down a robot via robotics expert. I will run into areas where I don't know the territory.
Okay.
But
achievement unlocked.
Because if it was degrees of success, you would have turned the thing off by the skin of your teeth.
All right then.
But you, at the very least, know where the location should be.
All right. So, with my remaining AP, I take a dose of Dash, and I take a dose of Med-X, which I get as a free action.
The Med-X is the free action, and then you take the Dash?
Correct.
Okay, so you still have AP. Remember, Dash pays for itself unless you have to pull it out of your inventory. Dash pays for itself the first turn.
Reserve the rest for defense.
All right, so you're okay. Yep, you have enough for a parry.
Yep.
Wait, are you putting it into dodge or are you putting it into parry?
Dodge.
Okay, that's. What's your agility?
His agility, 6.
Oh, yeah, agility 6. Okay.
His base action points is 75.
Okay. Are you pulling the dash out of a bandolier?
Attack vest.
Okay. So that'd be 15. So you 15 back. Okay, so you have a -7 to be hit.
Yeah.
There, nailed it.
Is the map currently to scale?
The map is as to scale as I can get it. But yes, you are. Oh god, no, the map is not to scale. The map is not to scale at all.
Give me a rough distance I'd be traveling.
Yep, I'm going to set the map to local scale. Good. Okay. Okay. That sounds about right. The map is to local scale.
Alrighty, well.
I will make markers.
I will spend 15 AP to step up to the bird. And give it a 1-2 punch.
Okay.
Do I have any penalties to hit?
Yes. You have a minus 25 to hit.
Wow.
It's a flyer.
Ooh.
Nice.
Those both hit?
Nice.
Yep. Both of them hit.
Giggity.
Alright, so you clip the damn thing, but no, it hits.
And
how much does that ignore?
Ignores 15. And are the limbs considered armored?
Yes. The limbs are going to be considered armor.
Light, medium, or heavy?
Natural.
So light then.
Yes.
Alright, so the first hit. Uh, 17 on a flyer is still torso, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Should be? I don't have. Hold on. I think it passed me a screenshot of this because it was tired.
17, yes. 69 is a leg. Unless it only has 4 limbs, at which point I would guess it. Not sure.
14 damage directly to the torso hit zone.
It is. Stop for a second. It is considered a non-winged opponent because hold on.
It doesn't have 4 legs, it only has 2.
It only has 2. Yeah, you'd have to actually target the items separately. So yeah, it only has 2. It only has 4 limbs total.
So wings would be considered the 4 limbs then?
Yes.
Okay. In which case, a 96 on a 4-legged opponent?
96 hits right hind leg.
So are you going to rule its hind legs are its wings or its legs?
No, its hind wings are its legs. So 14 damage to the hind leg, in addition to
14 damage to the torso, directly to the torso. 8 damage to the right hind leg, was it?
Yep.
And that's not the total HP, that's just limb HP damage.
Yep, I know. I threw that in there specifically. I did bust that calculator because it's